New buttons. Is it in the budget, Councillor Crawford, for the new buttons?
Snuck it through while you were away.
Oh, yeah. That and a lot of other things. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome you all, my colleagues, but also all of those who are with us this morning to the 14th meeting of the Executive Committee. For those here in person, many of you know the routine, but the screen at the back will keep you informed as to where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. And you can also follow the meeting on your computer, your tablet, or your smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council, or you can watch us on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. Might I ask my colleagues to begin the meeting this morning if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and if there is such a conflict, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. All right, hearing none, we can move along. Before we begin the formal proceedings today, we have an invited guest with us, and it is the 4th year running that the City of Toronto has been asked to celebrate April as National Poetry Month. And I think we were going to deal with this at the City Council at our last meeting, but some of the events that transpired with the passing of Councillor Ford made that impossible. And so we have been happy to proclaim April as National Poetry Month in Toronto, and as well this allows me to fulfill the Poetry Challenge, or to respond to it, issued by Calgary Mayor Naheed Nenshi, and to have our city be among the more than 50 communities across Canada taking part in the National Poetry City Initiative. Poetry is one of those things, and again, I can't underestimate, even having come back from talking about Toronto in California and overseas, how important the cultural life of our city is and how recognized it is by people outside of the country. It's an important part of our city's cultural life, with published works, readings, and other poetry events for adults and young people taking place throughout the year. And we are carrying on with the celebration of poetic excellence that stretches back to the 19th century. In 2001, as some colleagues will know who are here, the City of Toronto became the first Canadian municipality to appoint its own poet laureate, who acts as an ambassador, as an advocate for poetry and for the literary arts. And today, I am honored to introduce, to be here with us, our poet laureate, who will be reading her poem, "There Is No City That Does Not Dream," which she selected specifically for this occasion. I think, as you know from her earlier introduction, when she became the Poet Laureate, Anne Michaels is an award-winning author of 5 poetry collections, and her novel, Fugitive Pieces, was adapted as an internationally released feature film. Her works have been translated into more than 40 languages, which is part of why our cultural life here, whether it's poetry or otherwise, is known around the world. So will you join me in welcoming the Poet Laureate of Toronto, Anne Michaels. Normally, I would say, Madam Poet Laureate, that you have 5 minutes, but in your case, you have as much time as you wish to do this. And welcome, you're most welcome here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. I will speak very briefly today. I want to thank you all for your continued support of the role of the Poet Laureate, acknowledging the city's rich literary culture, our literary history, and the enormous literary potential of language diversity in the city. I'm very glad to be speaking to you smack in the middle of National Poetry Month as part of our nationwide celebration of literature. What possible use is poetry? Poetry's political power is long documented, scrawled on a wall, shouted in the street, memorized and passed on, breaking the silence of events, as one writer put it, and making its mysterious way from human to human, nation to nation. In our multi-focused days, it's an interruption, a quick shot of meaning. It grabs us in order to whisper in our ear, "We are alive now." Poetry draws us close. A real poem cuts through the noise of other words like a prayer. The best poems carry a lifetime's force of meaning. I've been asked to read a poem this morning. It's a short poem. It will only take a minute or two to read, and I chose it because it is a very Toronto poem. And thank you again for letting me whisper in your ear this morning. There is no city that does not dream. There is no city that does not dream from its foundations. The lost lake crumbling in the hands of brickmakers, the floor of the ravine where light lies broken with the memory of rivers. All the winters stored in that geologic garden. Dinosaurs sleep in the subway at Bloor and Shaw, a bed of bones under the rumbling track. The storm that lit the city with the voltage of spring when we were 18 on the clean earth. The ferry ride in the rain, wind wet with wedding music, and everything that sings in the carbon of stone and bone, like a page of love, wind lost from a hand, unread. Thank you very much.
We were, if I can just, before we get into the routine proceedings of reviewing the agenda and dealing with the minutes, we were in Japan at a time when there were, in that country, two earthquakes, which, and it's funny because we had a lot of inquiries, of course, from people wondering whether these earthquakes were within the area we were in, Tokyo, and they were quite a far distance away, but it didn't stop me from expressing my condolences. At the time, we had audiences we were speaking to in the country because there'd been a loss of life in Tokyo from these earthquakes, which were quite far away from Tokyo itself. But I think, Councillor Palazzo, you wanted to say a word as well, because there's been another earthquake affecting a community that is quite a big and very engaged community here in Toronto, namely our Ecuadorian community. And you just wanted to say a word about that, and I thought I would provide you with that opportunity now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As an Ecuadorian-born city councillor, I'm very saddened to inform you that this past Saturday, on April the 16th, there was a tremendous normal devastation. And in Ecuador, as you may have heard in the news, an earthquake in the magnitude of 7.8 in the Richter scale, where hundreds of people are dead, thousands of people are injured, thousands unaccounted for, tens of thousands of people are homeless, and of course, deprived of the necessities of life, like water, total blackouts, lack of medication, little communication, and the logistics are not known at the moment. So I'm going to excuse my from the rest of the meeting, Mr. Mayor, as I'm going to be meeting with some authorities, the ambassador from Ecuador, as well as the consul general and other community leaders, to figure out what needs to be done in terms of logistics. We have an Ecuadorian community of about 100,000 people here in Toronto. And also in terms of our friendship between Toronto and Quito, we do have a friendship agreement. And I'm going to be appealing to you as the head of council and my colleagues, members of the public, just to be a little bit mindful and generous in this time of need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of our colleagues, those here today and those who aren't here on the council, and all the people of Toronto, in expressing our condolences through you, to you directly, but also through you to the community and those who you're going to be meeting with. And you and I have already agreed before you spoke this morning that you will come back to me as a result of your discussions today with any suggestions as to things we can do, whether they be symbolic acts or otherwise, to just indicate our solidarity with those people who have been affected by this here and of course in Ecuador. So I'll look forward to those discussions with you in the next day or so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Before we review the agenda, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the Executive Committee meetings of March 9th, 2016, moved by Councillor Pasternak, seconded by Councillor Robinson. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Let's review the agenda before going through it, and I have it both for deputations. There we go. I am informed by the city manager that the bylaw amendment recommended in item 14.4 is not required, that this matter has already been addressed, I gather some many years ago, and as such, given that advice, may I have a motion to withdraw that item before we go through the rest of the agenda? That's item 14.4. Apparently this, what is recommended here, is already done. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. So that item is withdrawn. Let's go back to the top then. And we have 14.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor
if I
Bala.
may, I would like to request if, do you want to go through the
Well,
agenda?
we'll go through the agenda, and when we get, I know there's an item you want to have timed at a particular time, and we can deal with that once we've gone through. Item 14.1. There are no deputations. Adopt the report. Moved by Councillor DeGiorgio, seconded Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Opposed? Carry. 14.2 has deputation, one deputation. 14.3 has a number of deputations, so we'll hold for deputations. 14.4, which is we've just withdrawn it. 14.5 has one deputation. 14.6, occupational health, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor DeGiorgio. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 14.7, no deputations on that, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Shine. Oh, Councillor Shiner was just scratching his beard.
I'm fine.
Councillor Shiner. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 14.8 has deputations. 14.9, deputations. 14.10.
I'd like to hold 10, Mayor.
You want to hold that?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Shiner, thank you. 14.11. I'd actually like to hold that, if no one else does. Very interesting reading. 14.12. Moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 14.13, water budget adjustments, accelerations and deferrals, moved by Councillor Crawford, seconded by Councillor Holland. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 14.14, St. Michael's Hospital and activities. There's a recommendation that it be referred to the Integrity Commissioner. Moved by Councillor Bilow.
Let's hold it. I don't think it's to the Integrity Commissioner.
Sorry, I can't hear you there, Councillor Shiner.
Sorry, Mayor Tory, I don't know why we would refer to the Integrity Commissioner, so I'll hold it and look for a disposition of it.
Okay, we'll hold it down. That's fine. All right. Now, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Order. Councillor Thompson.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I noticed that in the green sheet that EX 14.5, there is a speaker, but I think we had just moved to receive the information. Did we not do that?
No, we held it.
Did we hold it? No.
Yeah, because there was the one deputation.
Okay, fair enough. So I missed that. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Councillor Bilow, you had a desire to have one item dealt with.
If members of the committee would support the fact that we have 14.8 as the first item on the agenda.
Are the members of the committee agreeable to have 14.8 dealt with first? All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. All right. So what we'll do is we'll deal with 14.8 first, and it has a number of deputations, which we will hear, and then we'll go through the agenda otherwise in order. Everybody else is content. Everything else should just happen in order after that. Okay. So we'll start with the deputations then on item 14.8, the City of Toronto Social Procurement Program. And the first person I have listed is Mary Anderson, President, WBE Canada. Ms. Anderson with us? There we are. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome to the Executive Committee, and I think you probably know the rules. You have 5 minutes, and we welcome you, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to invite my colleague, who's also going to bring a deputation. May she begin first? Is there a problem in?
Not a bit.
order?
No, that's fine.
All right.
Are you, yeah, what we can do is we'll give you how much, I mean, because you were both listed separately, I think, but if you want to do what you want to do, and we'll see how the clock's going. Thank you.
Great. I'm from the Canadian Aboriginal and Minority Supplier Council. My name is Katie Moda. I'm Director of Business Development and Partnerships. Delighted to have the opportunity to speak with you today. CAMC has been a certifying organizational partner to the City of Toronto over the past 2 years as they've piloted the social procurement framework. So in summary, we wanted to express our support for the social procurement policy and in particular highlight a couple of things in particular, the value that our members have found in implementing supplier diversity in their organizations, as well as speak a little bit about the opportunity to engage with your major vendors to meet your supplier diversity objectives in asking them to implement supplier diversity plans themselves. So by way of context, CAMC is the Canadian Aboriginal and Minority Supplier Council. We're nonprofit, we're membership-based, we're led by the private sector, and we've been around for about 11 years. We work with, we started with 8 corporations, we now work with about 80 corporations across the spectrum. So from a Canadian perspective, we work closely with the financial services, most of the major banks, Sun Life. We also work closely with TELUS and Bell, and then we also have a number of U.S. or global corporations that work closely with us, both in the automotive sector as well as the IT sector, ICT, food and beverage. And from a B2B perspective, we work with food services organizations as well as office supplies and facilities management companies. So I wanted to give you a sense of the breadth of companies that are, these 80 corporations that are in some stage of implementing supplier diversity across Canada. Over the past 11 years. Our key goal is as a nonprofit is to certify Aboriginal and minority-owned businesses, to connect them to opportunities with major corporations, to develop both corporate supplier diversity programs as well as develop the capacity of suppliers to do business with large organizations, and to advocate for supplier diversity across Canada. So that's who we are in a nutshell. I really wanted to speak in particular to the value of supplier diversity as expressed by our members. Back in 2014, we had our 10th anniversary and did a wide range of research to engage with our members about both the business as well as the social and economic value of supplier diversity for them. Specifically, they reported companies that have spent, by that point, over $1.2 billion with Aboriginal and minority-owned businesses, reported cost competitiveness, reported cost savings, reported better service levels, and reported increased quality of product or service as the key reasons that they've been doing awarded business to Aboriginal and minority-owned suppliers. So I wanted to mention that with respect to City of Toronto, obviously watching its tax dollars closely, that Canadian corporations and global corporations do not spend extra money in order to implement diverse suppliers or to do business with diverse suppliers. Secondly, we also track the job creation value of Aboriginal and minority-owned businesses. And those businesses also have the opportunity to to support the workforce development priorities of the City of Toronto. From a job creation perspective, our Aboriginal-owned suppliers have on average 38% Aboriginal staff, and our minority-owned suppliers have on average 63% visible minority staff. So an opportunity as well to support the broader workforce development objectives of the social procurement policy. Last but not least, one of the key components of the supplier diversity component of the social procurement policy relates to opportunities over $50,000 and asking vendors that are responding to those opportunities to implement supplier diversity. The feedback that we have in working with a broad range of B2B companies, whether it's the IT providers like IBM, Dell, Hewlett-Packard, whether it's food services companies like Sodexo or Compass, or whether it's office supplies companies like Grand & Toy and Staples, their feedback to us is that they strongly encourage clients to ask them about how they can support supplier diversity. It gives them the bandwidth and the internal resources needed to go ahead and implement supplier diversity within their organization. And if organizations don't ask, they don't have the bandwidth to implement. So wanted to let you know that we have had that feedback and that we have a wide range of companies that are able to support the City of Toronto to meet their supplier diversity goals. Furthermore, from a leading practice perspective, as you look to set targets and goals for supplier diversity within the social procurement policy, the leaders in the space, mainly in the automotive sector, Chrysler, GM, Toyota, to name a few that we work with, make it very clear what their goal is. In this case, annually, Chrysler looks to spend 10% of their overall procurement spend, which is $5 billion out of $50 billion annually, with diverse suppliers. They make that very clear to their tier ones, and it allows the tier ones to respond when they're putting in an RFP and look towards meeting that 10% goal in support of their clients' objectives. So wanted to encourage you as you develop your targets and obviously and goals, and those will increase over time, to make that very clear to your prime vendors so they can respond in a competitive environment, provides them with that competitive advantage and allows them to compete and help you meet your supplier diversity objectives. So that's the end of my remarks. I wanted to hand it off to Mary.
Thank you, Katie. Yes, I will. Thank you. 3 minutes left. Yes. Mary Anderson, I'm the president of WBE Canada, and we are a national nonprofit like CAMSI. We work with women-owned businesses. As we began in 2009, and WBE Canada is a bridge between larger procurement opportunities and those businesses that are 51% owned, managed, and controlled by women. One of the, like CAMSI and the other certification council that's listed is CGLCC, not here today, but I would like to recommend that they also certify Canadian gay, lesbian, and the LGBT community. Together, we represent those businesses that are less visible in larger procurement opportunities. And the value of making them visible is that these businesses are able to grow because they have larger procurement opportunities, and they can also attest that they have done business with a larger, credible entity. WBE Canada is proud to have worked with the City of Toronto, and I'd like to tell you that you make an effective change for businesses that are owned by diverse suppliers, and in our case, women. So tomorrow, I'm proud to say, too, that we're doing a half-day event with the City of Toronto's procurement staff. We will invite our women-owned businesses who then have an intimacy of connections, and this is what we found makes a huge difference. And your staff is bringing together IT, parks, forestry, recreation, human resources, facility managers, and fleet, and others. By doing this, you introduce the opportunities of how to do business with the city to those businesses that are not yet confident in how to navigate the process. So by creating this, it creates competency. The value proposition is that you develop business, and as Katie mentioned, these women-owned businesses, like diverse suppliers, tend to give back into their community. When they grow, they hire people that look like them, because that is the place in which they feel their confidence growing. So we do create a workforce enablement as well as an economic capacity building with those suppliers that just need visibility to those procurement opportunities. So again, it's opening doors to prosperity. You as a lead organization in Canada, you as a city, are really setting the stage for something that's going to happen in many other communities. So I commend you for your ability to put this into practice. It's a huge motivating opportunity for change, and social procurement will be on the stage, and you're the beginning, so thank you.
Well, thank you both. And the way it works here now is if any of the members of the committee wanted to ask you any questions, they're free to do so, and or members from outside the committee, members of City Council, that is. So we'll see if there are any questions for you. There was a question from Councillor Bailão and Councillor Thompson.
Just one very quick question. So in government, I mean, we are being innovative, I guess, being the first ones. But in the private sector, there are lots of companies that have been doing it. Very profit-oriented companies like banks and so on. So it has been working for them, and they have seen the benefits in bringing something like this, not actually as a cost, but as a benefit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're talking about major Canadian companies across the country.
Right. So the major banks, but major automotive players who, trust me, will not spend a single penny more to do business with a diverse supplier, but have seen major benefits from it.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. Is there a necessity to develop a communications plan so that it is widely understood in terms of our policy that we're putting in place?
Yes, I believe that communications are absolutely critical to make this valuable. There's an organic element, but then there's a need to showcase what it is, what you're doing, and to report back on it. So absolutely important to create this visibility, and we're here to help in any way, certainly support that.
Sure. You spoke about the idea of having the proponents having a supply diversity policy as a requirement of doing business. Was that what you were saying?
I was saying that they value being asked by their clients to...
But as a requirement to do business.
As a requirement. We certainly promote it strongly as a key first step in implementing supplier diversity program is to have a policy in place for that organization.
So what I'm trying to allude to is if we move forward and folks will come in and say, well, we don't have a policy, but we agree and think it's a good thing, but not necessarily adhering to a policy. I'm just wondering whether or not we should insist and ensure that the proponents actually respond and adheres to a policy request that would be made by the City of Toronto.
Now I get your question, apologies. I think that would add significant value because it demonstrates that they've done the internal work to explain to their executives the value of supplier diversity and the ability to implement it.
Right. Now, I've worked with your leader, Ms. Dorrington, and others, so for a number of years, trying to bring this forward. My question to you is this a handout to people who are as we say, less fortunate? Are you giving them free money? Are you getting unqualified companies to bid on city contracts and so on? Is that what we're doing?
No, I think Mary and I can both respond to that. I appreciate the question. You know, all of these businesses are out in the marketplace already competing. The supplier diversity programs are really about ensuring they have equal opportunity to compete and equal opportunity to get their foot in the door. Once they are in a RFP or a bid process, they have to demonstrate their value, whether it's for government or whether it's for the private sector. And they are doing so with flying colors. Since we launched in 2004, our corporations have reported now over $2 billion in spend with our suppliers. They're competing effectively.
Now, I've spoken with the folks in Atlanta and other places, American cities, who are doing extremely well with this particular policy that's actually in place. We've seen tremendous amount of growth, economic empowerment, and economic development and so on for a vast array of people. First, I'd like to ask you, you've done that research in terms of the U.S., and what other Canadian cities are actually or have implemented policies of this nature?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm only aware of one. And I think that's why you're leading edge. But I was actually speaking at the Economic Developers Council of Alberta last week. There was a huge interest in this because it is a huge economic enabler with 100,000 unemployed, and many of them are looking to develop their own business as a way to secure their future growth. So there's, I believe this is the beginning of a future. And I also would like to comment that it's fit-for-purpose suppliers. We don't give anything handout. We as an organization, though, are very much involved in development of capacity building, mentoring, and making sure that they are ready for doing business with big business.
So it's...
If I could add to that, I think some of the folks from the Social Purchasing Project can give other examples of social enterprise procurement. From a supplier diversity perspective, there are examples at the provincial level, but not at the municipal level at this time. So provincially, the Atlantic Accord is requiring supplier diversity initiatives from all of the offshore major oil and gas players, and there are other provincial.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other questions from members of Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming in. Just generally speaking, in your experience, if the employees of a company meet sort of the cross-section that we're looking for as a company that could qualify, but the shareholders do not, is there a benchmark or is there some kind of equilibrium that you look for where you get a disconnect between a diversified workforce but a non-diversified set of shareholders?
Our focus is on organizations that are owned, managed, and controlled. I don't want to speak for the workforce development piece of it, but that is one other way to focus on the workforce development and building up of skills from an employee perspective. Does that answer your question?
So on a weighted average, it's the workforce, the diversity of the workforce that we're looking at, more so than the...
No, it actually isn't. So what we're looking at is we look at a certification enablement that fits a North American supply chain, and that is 51% owned, operated, and controlled by that minority. It isn't so much the workforce in it, it's the ownership, management, and control of it, and we follow that criteria.
So you would look more at the shareholder arrangement than
We do.
the diversity of the workforce?
We do.
Now, one of the big barriers to smaller or medium-sized companies to getting government contracts is the RFP process, which can run hundreds of pages, extremely onerous documentation to fill out. And then there's an assumption of vendor risk that usually small and medium-sized companies cannot assume. Have you looked at any strategies to mitigate that barrier to procurement?
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. The corporations that we've worked with have looked at several strategies to deal with that. So first of all, there's the capacity building mentorship piece. Both Mary and my organization's companies work closely with the suppliers to try and mentor them through the RFP process. But from a scale and an ability to deliver perspective, the most common opportunity is either to look at a niche opportunity, a smaller opportunity that's hived off for a smaller supplier, or more commonly, to work through a major prime vendor. So, for example, for your food services contract, if you were working with a Sodexo or a Compass to deliver food services across the city, they would open up opportunities for a wide range of food suppliers, transportation suppliers, and take on some of that risk by opening up opportunities at that second tier or subcontracted level. So that's a major part of implementing supplier diversity diversity across the country, and it allows smaller opportunities for smaller vendors.
Thank you very much. It's fine.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Any other questions? I might just have one, because I want to make sure we don't kind of get rotator cuff from patting ourselves on the back. When you talked about earlier on our policy here being innovative, I think it's fair to say that but this follows along with what Councillor Bylaw was saying. The private sector here has taken the lead to do quite a bit in this area, but isn't it also true that relative to the United States, for different historical reasons there, we actually lag behind in terms of activities overall and policies like this to encourage and make happen procurement from diverse sources? We're really not, I mean, by having a policy, it may move us forward ahead of other cities in Canada, but we're really not, sort of ahead of other places where they've done more sooner.
Yes.
Would that be correct?
That would be absolutely correct, so that I think you at the City of Toronto are implementing here, but there is a lag behind, just as we lag behind from from others in Canada from a corporate perspective. I mean, our organization is 2009. It's nearly 50 years in the U.S. So there's a legacy of knowledge that's available. There's a template to be able to develop it. But we, I think, here in Canada and you in the city can develop something that fits what you need and what fits what the city will be able to develop. So it is in that I commend you.
That's perfect. You did exactly what I hoped you would, which is a sort of qualified commendation. You were too polite to say it's about time, but anyway, thank you both. Thank you both very much for coming in. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
We would next have James St. John from the Hammerheads program.
It's going to be a presentation, so let's get this PowerPoint.
Good morning and thank you. And over to you, sir. You have 5 minutes and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much. I thought instead of giving a formal presentation, I would show you a video about our program. So with that, I will start it.
My name is Lawrence Toulouse. I'm from Manitoulin Island. The program is really, really great. The training centers have given me a more broader professional view to it, and it's just really interesting to learn how to do things right, how to make it look good, and just be a good worker, be a professional.
My name is Alba Fidrisi. I am part of the Hammerheads program. As much as a boot camp it is hard, it is tough. It gets you to wake up in the morning, and just dedicate that time here with us, just doing the right things and drilling everything into our head that, this is how we need to act, this is how we need to perform, just giving it our all to do everything that we can.
Hammerheads was designed to be a 12-week boot camp style, comprehensive skills development youth program. We train both men and women from under-resourced and Aboriginal communities for a registered apprenticeship career within the skilled construction trades. Candidates applying to Hammerheads must be between the ages of 18 and 26, with a minimum grade 10 math, English, and science, and are required to be engaged with an employment or social services agency and must be referred by their caseworker or job coach. Hammerheads is the creation of the Central Ontario Building Trades and our 25 affiliates representing over 80,000 men and women in the construction industry. It costs over $1.2 million to run Hammerheads annually. Of that, over $700,000 comes by way of in-kind donations and support from COBT affiliates and key industry partners like Tridell's Bull Program, Concert Properties, Dickies, Stanley, Black & Decker, YMCA, and the Ontario Construction Secretariat. We have partnered with Frontier College to provide mandatory academic upgrading for our participants. Each of our participants is assessed and a specific tailored education plan is developed to prepare them to meet the minimum education requirements to enter the trades.
The first day of the program is typically a shock to most of these youth. They come into the program thinking it will be like other programs they've been in, where everybody is going to be really nice and they can sit back, relax, and get something at the end of it. Safety is critical in our industry and a top priority with all of our union affiliates and training centers. They start off with 2 weeks of health and safety training provided by one of our partners, the Workers' Health and Safety Center.
After they complete their safety training, we expose them to the hands-on portion of the program, which takes place at our state-of-the-art affiliate training centers, where they receive cutting-edge training from seasoned instructors with years of professional experience, allowing our participants to see, touch, and feel a broad range of skilled trade options, something that is unique to Hammerheads.
When they go and start on their first day of work, I go down with them. Construction sites are very big and intimidating. I meet them on their first day, take them into the site to meet with their new foreman. I follow up with them weekly for the first 3 weeks and monthly for the entire first year of their working career to make sure that they're remembering to do all the things that we've taught them.
Part of the other thing that we're looking for is these kids, a lot of them are coming from high priority neighborhoods, and we want to ensure that Infrastructure Ontario is creating jobs locally. The reality is our kids don't necessarily have the means or own cars, and they don't have the ability to travel to get to the job site. So having infrastructure and all levels of government write in mandatory specific language that creates opportunities locally so these kids can hop on the TTC and be able to get to work is very imperative for their success and our success. Because if you can't access the job, then the job isn't much good to you.
My name is Stephen Martin, the Business Manager, Financial Secretary of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 353. I'm very happy to say that this local, in its entirety, all 10,000 members, support the Hammerheads program.
That sort of, you've timed that precisely to the 5 minutes. If you wanted to make a comment, we'd certainly welcome that before seeing if there's any questions, but it certainly is a good depiction of the program.
I think we've developed a really good relationship with the City of Toronto social procurement side of things, and I think what you're doing here today with adding this will only give the opportunity for more young people to be properly employed.
Thank you. Other questions? First, we'll start with members not on the committee, and I see Deputy Mayor McConnell is here. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, James. I wondered if you'd share with us, you're already working in partnership on several of our city projects. I wondered if you would share that information with the members of the executive.
Definitely. We've been working now with the city for well over 5 years. It started way back with Karen Wilson, and now James Lapierre and his team refer most of our candidates. I would say 95% of our candidates coming into our Hammerheads program are referred from the City of Toronto. You have to be an under-resourced youth living in, back when we started, it was challenged under the priority neighborhoods, but we all realize that the designated 12 priority neighborhoods, there's a lot more than that. So we've since expanded that. We're very proud so far in our program to have started 248 registered apprentices, and so far in our duration we've removed 82 youth from Ontario Works for a savings of 1.3 million and change. And so we think partnering with some of the developers, Tridel is a prime example, where they have written specific language right into their RFPs so that we give the opportunity for some of the local residents an opportunity to work close to where they live. As you saw in the video, the reality is there's construction going all over the city. But the youth that we're dealing with that are coming from these under-resourced communities, most of them do not own cars. So it's essential that we're providing local opportunities so these kids can either walk or hop on the TTC to get to work.
So in several of our revitalization projects, Hammerheads are partners within those organizations. Are they not in Regent Park, in Lawrence Heights? I don't know. I think they're in Alex Park as well.
They're in Alex Park. They haven't been in Regent Park or Lawrence Heights. Councillor Nunziata has been amazing, our local councillor in our area, and the councillor is always meeting with the developers and setting up meetings for myself. And so far it's in our area in Weston, and it's starting to migrate into other communities like Alex Park and Leslie Nymark.
Yes, great. And then finally, I understand that over the last period of time, you've received quite an amount of funding from the provincial government to really target some of our city communities. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are definitely in favor with the provincial government. We were a big part of the Pan Am Games. We're currently involved with the Youth Skills, as well as the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto has sponsored 2 of our intakes, which I think makes a lot of sense because we are getting the referrals from the City of Toronto's unemployment centers, and now they're ensuring that we're creating job opportunities for these young people to go to work.
That's excellent. So it's an intake of our kids and then a placement of them into job sites so that they can move on with their lives. Is that right?
That's the most important part of council. And, you know, to your comments earlier, language is critical. The reality is developers are going to be building in this city for many years to come, which is a great thing. And we want to ensure that we're creating opportunities for these young people to start a career. And that's why the language is very essential to their success, because a lot of the developers, and being a construction worker myself and being in the trades for 30 years, construction sites tend to go with crews that were on the last job and the job before that. And so it's very difficult for new hires to sometimes get an opportunity to start their career. And so if the City of Toronto writes in mandatory specific language that ensures developers will utilize local hirees to become a registered apprentice, then once the city job is finished, they're able to go back and then work on another job and another job after that. So the language is first and foremost the most critical thing the city can do to ensure developers are going to hire local youth from high priority and at-risk neighborhoods.
And my last question, besides the Pan Am Games and Scarborough, are you working in conjunction with the Metrolinx program as well?
We are working directly with the government, with the provincial government, with Metrolinx, not Metrolinx themselves.
Right.
Metrolinx
Okay. Yep.
has wrote in another type of language that we necessarily don't support. So the minister himself is working with our program. And I think as the city expands, there's lots of these programs that are popping up like crazy. But you need to be with a program, one that has a track record and has the ability to place young people in construction. I'm very fortunate. My real job is I'm the business manager for the Central Ontario Building Trades, and so we are essentially the umbrella group over most of the construction unions in the city. So when one of our kids graduates our program, I'm calling a friend and saying, listen, you're going to sign this person into your local, and they've done that quite successfully. Other people that are starting these programs don't have that same connection and don't have that same ability. Some do, some don't. And so the city needs to really ensure when you're partnering with organizations that they actually have the ability to start employment, because that's what we're trying to do at the end of the day, is create opportunities for young people.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work. Great.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other questions of this deputant? We have Councillor Ainsley and then Councillor Bala.
A quick one. I understand the Hammerheads location, you're in the west end of the city?
Yes, our main office is located in Councillor Nunziata's ward, but the training that takes place is spread out throughout the city. That's what makes our program a little different, is that I utilize the infrastructure of all of the Central Ontario Building Trades affiliates that are located in and out of the city. And I know we have a meeting coming up because we are looking at always utilizing more space, because the 2 weeks of the start of the program and the orientation takes place at our office. And with the diversity of young people coming throughout the city, I know we have a meeting scheduled up to come and look at the school that is closing down. And I think we're interested in taking a look at that space and see if it become a viable option for one of our hubs where we can do the safety training as well as the orientation to our program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Barlow.
So, I mean, there are opportunities in your sector, in your industry. I keep hearing rumors that, you know, the industry is concerned about the baby boomers retiring, so it makes sense that you're trying to get people into the industry. Is that correct?
It is, but I think a lot of people read too much into that. Being in the trades for 30 years, I know we see in the media all the time that there's this big skill shortage. And there really isn't a skill shortage. Every one of my affiliates right now have people out of work and on the out of work list. And so that's the magic about our program, is that all of our affiliates have partnered with Hammerheads to ensure, even though we have people out of work, that this is our way of giving back to the community, because a young person just trying to get into the trades really doesn't stand a chance. The reality is, you know, when I was a young person, I'm a third-generation iron worker, and so my father opened the door for me as my grandfather did for him. Nowadays, the young people that are applying to get into a trade are competing against academics. 90% of the people now coming into the construction trades have a university degree. So some of our inner city kids that don't have a grade 12, don't have a GED, are finding it very difficult to compete.
But one of the things that I think you're trying to tell us as well is that it's not only about creating the job, so it's not only about putting the RFP and creating the job, but ensuring that we're actually measuring and supporting programs that are creating careers. Because the big difference with you is that it's not only about that job, but it's actually the apprenticeship and the career and the future. And I think you have numbers to prove. I mean, you've had youth at TCHC that have moved on to buy their own home.
That is 100% correct, and definitely, we're not looking for temporary employment opportunities. I think it's imperative that we start a registered career. When the youth graduate our program, after the 12 weeks, we then track them for 1 year from the day they start work. So that's whether they're working on the same job for the whole year or they go to multiple jobs, and we ensure that they're registered with the College of Trades so that they can actually have a fully indentured registered apprenticeship, not just a temporary job.
So would you recommend that we as a city, as we are developing this program, pay close attention to those metrics to ensure that, you know, what we're putting out there, the RFPs, it's not only creating a position for a period of time, but it's actually creating careers, and we have some numbers and metrics coming back to us. And there's a cost-benefit analysis that needs to be done to the program to ensure that we're really targeting where we want to target.
100%. Hammerheads has a 97% success rate 1 year after employment, and that's long-term success. There's a lot of companies out there that create a job for a week, a month, a couple months. We're looking for a career for these young people that, with the city language, has the ability for them to start their career and ensure that they remain in construction for as long as they would like to. So the starting as a registered apprentice is critical, and I think the city, in the piece of the social procurement language that you're looking at, auditing what the developers and the subcontractors are actually doing and how committed they are a year into the project, 2 years into the project, is essential to ensure the city is getting the best value for the money that you're investing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Barlow. Any other questions of this applicant? Well, with those having been asked and answered very well, I will thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Miss Ann Jamieson, United Way of Toronto and York Region. Would you by chance be Gordon Brown?
I must be.
All right. So you're going to appear together then, and so if you want to go through and make your comments, and we'll allow some latitude beyond the 5 minutes since you're two deputants that are combined into one.
That's
so
great.
Over to you. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I won't need more than my allotted 5 minutes. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for this opportunity to tell you about United Way's support for this social procurement program. We think it's both groundbreaking, but also well aligned with similar work that we're doing at the provincial government level and the federal government level, and with other municipalities in Ontario. And we believe that this is a significant step towards reducing poverty in the City of Toronto. I am particularly thrilled that the supplier diversity component of this program includes social enterprises that employ people who are marginalized. I run the Toronto Enterprise Fund at United Way, which has funded over 50 social enterprises in the last 15 years that have hired upward of 3,000 individuals. These are people who might have a mental illness or an addiction, youth from disadvantaged backgrounds, newcomers, many of whom are refugees, and people who are homeless or in precarious housing. These people have increased their income by an average of 50%. They've improved their health and reduced their reliance on emergency medical services. They have increased their food security and reduced their use of food banks. They have improved their housing. In some cases, they've actually moved off the streets or out of shelters, but in most cases, they have stabilized their housing. And 84% of those that we interview over a 5-year period have reported that they are still working, and a further 15% have actually got off social assistance altogether. As many of you know, social enterprises tend to be small and medium-sized businesses, typically with a single manager, and therefore they find it difficult to access the supply chains of large corporations and institutions like the City of Toronto. Supplier diversity and other types of social procurement programs can help level the playing field for social enterprises, giving them the opportunity to bid competitively at no additional cost to the purchaser. And if they're successful with that bid, they can grow, scale up, and employ more people. As an example, Interpreter Services Toronto, which is a social enterprise that employs women who are fleeing violence, was able to get a contract with the Pan Am Games, specifically because of the Pan Am Supplier Diversity Program. And that contract resulted in a significant increase in their sales revenue, as well as their employment, and, as importantly, increase their capacity to bid on such contracts, which will serve them well in the future. We've seen similar results in the work that we've done with Crosslinks on the construction of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, although it's early days yet, so not quite the same size as Pan Am. And we expect to see even better results with the City of Toronto under this program. During the pilot, we've already witnessed an increase in the number of social enterprises that are bidding on city contracts for smaller, under $50,000 contracts. So imagine what can happen once the program is actually approved. We're committed through our social purchasing project to helping the city identify social enterprises that meet the criteria that are set out in the social procurement program, as well as supporting those social enterprises to both bid on and execute on contracts. And then we also think if there's opportunities for new social enterprises to start up, we can also support them. It's work that we're already doing. I've invited a star from United Way's Speaker Bureau to speak to us about his experience of working in a social enterprise and the impact it's had on his life as soon as I'm done. In summary, we think this is a really exciting and game-changing program that will lead to similar programs being adopted in other municipalities as well as at the corporate level in Ontario and throughout the country. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Now, would you like to have Mr. Brown speak concurrently now, and then we can ask you both questions? I think that might be the most efficient, and Mr. Brown will give you whatever time you wish to tell your story. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'd just like to share my experience with a social purpose enterprise. It goes back 10 years. Back in 2004, I found out about a place called St. John's Bakery from a welfare office, actually. And they had a 6-month probationary period, and if you passed that, they would hire you. Well, that's exactly what happened to me. In 2005, in the spring, they hired me right after my 6 months was up, and And that was great because I was, at that time, unemployed. So unfortunately, there was a problem, and that problem happened to be me. I was a homeless crack addict, and I was living in a halfway house at the time. And my behavior was very erratic, and after a few months of employment at St. John's Bakery, they fired me. Now, you got to be doing something pretty wrong to get fired from a place called St. John the Compassionate Mission, but out the door I went. And but they said to me as I was leaving with my dismissal, they said, give us a call once a month, and if you clean up your act, we'll consider rehiring you. So back on the streets I went, but finally I'd had enough in the summer of 2005 of my lifestyle. And I called the bakery in September of that year, and they had me come in for a meeting. I guess they felt I'd stabilized, and they hired me back, and I spent the next 8 years there at St. John's Bakery. And that job really turned my life around, and who knows where I would have landed had it not been there for me. As the years passed, I kept working at the bakery, and I would take bread to all the United Way events that I was invited to. So I've sold bread in all the big banks, boardrooms across the city and big companies for many years. Back in 2013, the bakery job ended, but before that happened, I was hired by somebody else, and I was hired by you. I now work for the City of Toronto. I'm the children's cooking instructor at the Beaches Recreation Center. This is my 8th year there. And that's a really great job. It started out very small with 1 shift a week, 2 hours on a Wednesday with 8 kids. But that job's turned into something much larger. I now teach 50 kids a week. I have 7 classes of children. I have an adult cooking class on Saturday mornings. And I have a summer cooking camp for little kids. That's 5 weeks in August. And that's 12 kids a day for 7 hours, and they all have little knives. So I have to be on my best behavior. But this is my 10th year volunteering for the United Way. It's also my anniversary of 10 and a half years of no cocaine products in my system. And I'm very grateful that this social purpose enterprise gave me that second chance that you might not get in the corporate sector. So my experience has been nothing but wonderful. I think that by buying products from a place like the small bakery that I worked at, it helps to keep people alive like myself. It also, after a number of years, I noticed that my welfare check got smaller and smaller and the paycheck got bigger and bigger till one day I could finally phone social service and say, please close my file. Now, I'm a taxpayer now. What have I done? But it's turned out to be great. I'm completely integrated into regular society. I don't have any, I have no time or energy for that past lifestyle. And between the United Way funding a social purpose enterprise and it being there, my life has taken a complete 180. So I'd just like to thank you all very much, and I hope that you can find a way to support more of the social purpose enterprises that are available in Toronto, because as you can see from my experience, it really can work. Thank you.
Thank you for having the courage to come and tell the story, and also the courage to obviously live through it. But both are important and commendable. We will thank you both for your comments and see if there are questions. And I see Councillor McMahon has her hand up, so we'll start with you.
Thank you very much for coming in this morning, Gordon, and sharing your story. I just want to ask you one question. Do you know how well loved you are on the beach?
I got the shirt. It's been a real change for me. The community's taken me in, shall we say, and welcomed me. And the City of Toronto, my boss at the Beaches Rec Center took a chance on me in 2009. And I don't think I've disappointed him, so it's been a great experience. And I'm happy to see my pay stub has a logo of a City Hall on it, so it's great.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Other questions? Well, we'll thank you both very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, we have Sean Partington. Welcome, Mr. Partington.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, and you're welcome here.
It's very tough to follow that talk, but thank you. Mayor Tory and councillors. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm a project manager for a company called Black & Veatch. It's a 100-year-old firm, revenues of $3 billion a year. We do infrastructure work throughout the world in about 100 countries, water, wastewater, energy, telecommunications. My client is Toronto Water and ECS. Several are represented here. And I've been just asked to come in to share briefly our experience with the Workforce Development and Social Procurement Program that was listed as somewhat of a pilot program in our request for proposal. That was issued last June, and I'd like to say it wasn't difficult for us to respond to. With our firm, we've had to deal with very similar processes, as Mayor Tory alluded to, in the U.S. We have offices in all major cities in the U.S., so it was actually pleasant to see an RFP coming from the City of Toronto that was speaking to very similar ambitions, objectives, and goals, albeit with a positive twist. So I just wanted to share very briefly about the process. The RFP was very clear about its objectives and goals and possible approach to workforce development and social procurement. We were, thankfully, able to articulate some of our hopes and aspirations about what we might be able to do. I'm a parent of 3 kids with special needs, and so I have a fondness for assisting, that's for certain. But everything has its value. I'm also a project manager. The outcome that came out of it was very simply a conference call after we had won the project, which was a matter of about an hour and a half with James Lapierre. It was very eye-opening. There was a lot more available to us than we thought. Beyond that, I invited James to provide some input in our one-day project charter. This is a project that's going to last 10 years because we're building a pump station adjacent to Ashbridges Bay Treatment Plant in the Beaches area. So it's a long-duration project. It's going to employ hundreds, if not perhaps 1,000 plus staff over the period of the 10 years. What we found was frankly cost savings and access to not only social procurement opportunities, but also to what I'm hoping to be future staff. We've outgrown our offices in Markham, and so we're looking for new space now, and I'm always interested in finding very good engineers and very good site personnel on construction sites. And if I can do that without paying an exorbitant amount of money, in some cases, to headhunters, then I'm very happy to do so. And if I can find qualified personnel on a social procurement database or some other form of database, particularly people who are very well qualified, but haven't been able to access the workforce for whatever reason, I'm open to listening to them. I'm looking for qualities. I'm looking for people who are going to stick with us as a private enterprise. I can say that the RFP requested that we would spend 4 hours a month developing this process over the next 10 years. The amount of money that amounts to is a pittance, less than 0.1% of our total contract value. And frankly, it's work that we would have already been doing. So we've already started procuring from at least a couple of organizations. I'm hoping to get involved in some of the hiring processes, not only for ourselves, but then there will be a process of writing these objectives into our request for proposals and tenders to our supply chain and our contractors as well. So I fully expect that we'll be speaking with James at Hammerheads as well in the very near future. So that's our perspective from the private side.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. Are there questions of the deputy? Well, thank you very, very much for your deputation today. So that completes the deputations, and that would lead us next to questions of staff on this report, starting with if there are members of the City Council, not members of the Executive Committee, who wish to ask any questions. Okay. Are there members of the committee wishing to ask questions? We'll start with Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. The recommendation does not contain a communications plan. I suspect that you have some ideas that would perhaps speak to that. I wonder if you can help me to understand what the game plan is in order to communicate this program, not only to those corporations participating, but to others who are not aware as to the policy direction that the city is taking?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we certainly see that communication and outreach is an important part of the success of the program, such you've heard this morning. The program includes the development of a series of information tools and guides, as well as outreach to the variety of, to the business community, targeted communications around potential city procurement opportunities on an ongoing basis would be part of our approach. We did not articulate in the report as a consolidated communications plan, so if that's the wish of executive committee, we can certainly consolidate the pieces that we have into a formalized communications.
Okay, I have such a motion coming. I'm amending motion 4 in order to include that we have some additional analysis and information. In addition, I'm also suggesting that we actually require the proponents who are going to be coming through this process to establish or develop their own supplier diversity policy. Do you have a issue with that? Is there a concern? Is this a good thing, bad thing? What's your view?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that is actually a natural evolution to the program, so that is an acceptable motion from us, to us.
All right. And if I could just, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the folks, Ms. Walcott, workforce development, because this is essential to this. We had brought that into economic development as part of being able to look at jobs and the component part, and of course you've got other areas that you're working. Can you give us some indication and ideas in terms of how the program has been working over the last couple of years? How many people, for example, have you assisted? I know that the last speaker spoke about the program and what they're doing with you, but you can give us some ideas as it relates to specific numbers.
In many ways, the pilot projects are just, through the chair, sorry. Many ways, the pilot projects are just starting, and we're starting to access all of the jobs. But we do expect over the tenure of some of these projects that we'll be generating up to 600 jobs. So we have very conservative estimates as to the number of jobs that will be generated for targeted groups. We do have a lot of experience working with the private sector, as demonstrated by some of the deputants today, and now we'll be moving into this new area. So we have a lot of organization within Toronto Employment and Social Services to affect the workforce development goals.
Well, what I was hoping you would do was speak a little bit more in depth to that aspect in terms of drilling into the fabric of working with companies and so on, and the work that's being done. That is what may not be the social procurement component part of it, which is what you're branching into, but leading through the workforce development, you have achieved other goals and objectives, have you not?
Yes, we do. So this is not totally new to us, and actually we have decided to focus very much on a sector-based approach, and have recently reorganized our management team to make sure that we have that focus. So we have a whole team of labor market managers, and we recently reorganized them around this particular goal. So we're well prepared to move forward.
Councillor, I forgot to restart the clock, but the previous deputy took less than 5 minutes. Yep. So you're about 5 minutes if we have one more question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was going to, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask Ms. Walcott just to pretend that you weren't talking to me but speaking to the media, because really this isn't sexy stuff that's reported out. I'm hoping that you can help them to understand the actual work, the sort of nature of the work that you're doing, how that's actually helping people.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
Sure. So just to rephrase it, I'm asking you if you would help the media to understand the nature of the work that you're actually doing, how it's actually benefiting those people who you're reaching out to.
Okay. Certainly, first of all, we're working with employers to make sure that we understand their workforce needs, and we had a deputy talk to that piece. And then certainly developing the people that we have on our roster, people looking for work. So we're looking for a number of prongs, an ability to be able to get them into work-based learning and training programs, and also to develop a career long-term.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we were to sort of summarize the philosophy here, it's to encourage companies that want to bid on public contracts to hire racialized groups or those, quote, distant from the labor market, so that they would better qualify for successful bids for government contracts.
That would be part of the objective of the social procurement program in front of you. I would characterize it to say that for the same dollar through this program, we would achieve 4 things. So one is about quality goods and services at a most competitive price. The second would be diversifying our supply chain in a way that drives competition, innovation, and quality. The third is the piece that you identified, Councillor Pasternak, which is training and employment opportunities for those most distant from the labor market, including equity-seeking groups. But the final would be to provide Toronto businesses with the experience and the requirements so that they can be more competitive in the international jurisdictions that require social procurement.
Just going back to a couple of questions that I asked the deputants, I don't see in here, maybe you can direct me to it, a requirement of shareholder diversity. Is that something we're looking at, or that's not on the table right now?
Through the chair, what we're proposing to do is use the organizations such as CAMC and WB Canada to provide the certification program. So we would look to them for the list of certified diverse vendors and draw upon that list as part of the policy. We would not be certifying vendors as diversely owned ourselves.
Okay, so we use a third-party benchmark for this, and does it include shareholder diversity, or that's not?
No, it does, yes. The certification program is actually set out in Appendix D.
Okay. I don't see much in the way of examining a corporation's philanthropy. Is that something the city is concerned about when we hire bidders or suppliers? Their level of philanthropy?
Through the chair, that was not the focus of this particular policy initiative. We're not currently looking for a corporation's philanthropical activities.
Is that something you look at in the future, or that's just not, it's not on the radar screen right now?
That we could definitely look at that in the future. It wasn't something that was on the radar screen at the moment.
There's something that I did ask one of the deputants, the barriers to many small and medium-sized companies for bidding on government contracts is the bidding process, the RFP process, where it's extremely onerous and expensive. The assumption of risk is not manageable by many small firms. Those are the real barriers to getting government contracts in a procurement, in an open procurement format. Do you have something in place where you can work with these companies that we're looking to come forward to bid on these processes, to help them in the bidding process and streamline the bidding process so that they can qualify, or just help them fill out the documents?
Through the chair, that is part of the program to help look at other ways to streamline the RFP process, do better outreach on how to do business with the city, including how to fill out our documents. But that is an ongoing barrier that we'll be seeking to reduce as much as we can with respect to government procurements.
And this has all gone through legal. We're conforming and adhering to all provincial statutes and international trade agreements, and this is.
Through the chair, yes, we've been working
met all the
very
legal
closely
benchmarks
with legal on this policy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I had next Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to ask, one of the goals of this, because I often hear from companies is they have trouble finding qualified minority suppliers. Are we going to be looking, like there'll be a list that they can go to, or?
Through the chair, that'll be part of the outreach on the external side to connect our Tier 1 suppliers with groups like WB Canada and CAMSI and the Canadian Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, so that they can get access and understand who's already been certified as diversely owned.
Okay. And some of the reading that I've done on this, they point to or refer to a supply diversity ladder, and that there's a full supplier diversity program, partial supplier, initial supplier, and equal opportunity. What's the goal of, ours will eventually, would it be considered a full diversity program, supplier program?
Through the chair, without knowing the specific definition with respect to that, this program is designed to improve access to the supply chain with the city, and also to encourage our Tier 1 vendors to also diversify their own supply chain. So we will move along the spectrum to try to get to something close to something like a full diversified supply chain over time.
Okay, because even the one document I was looking at, even in terms of a partial supply diversity program, somebody gets points in an RFP for visible minority-owned businesses and ownerships that are verified by a third party.
So through the chair, part of the policy for RFPs above $50,000 is to include some points with respect to whether a company is already certifiedly diversely owned or has their own supplier diversity policy. So we're already trying to incorporate that into the RFP process.
Okay, and then we're going to have, as we move to the next level, there's going to be definite benchmarks and goals in terms of.
Yes, that is part of the program will be to keep define a baseline and keep refining the targets as we move along.
Okay, and then the other question I had in terms of, so the financial implications of this, we're looking at hiring one employee that's going to be shared between two different divisions. How does that compare to other jurisdictions, like American cities? Like, how was the one arrived at?
Through the chair.
Is that all we can afford, or?
No. So as compared to other jurisdictions in the States, some cities actually have offices with respect to supply chain diversity. At this point, we felt that because of the good work that other organizations are already doing, it was better to start the process with one FTE to try to do both the supply chain diversity side and the workforce development side, and start moving the culture to make this more acceptable in the procurement process.
Okay, is there some vision or that ultimately we would have our own office that would be looking for diversity suppliers, or? The reason I asked that is one of the other studies I was reading, it said that American companies in Toronto are more likely to be involved in social procurement programs than one that's purely Canadian owned. So how do we accomplish that outreach if we only have one person working on it?
Through our implementation plan, we are trying to balance setting the program up for success with the fiscal challenges of the City of Toronto. So the plan that we're putting forward at this moment suggests that one FTE that was approved in the 2016 operating budget should be able to help us do the unique functions of this program, the outreach, the communications plan, the working with the vendors, and the monitoring of success. Over time, as there is greater take-up, we will be able to advise committee and council if there are other staffing requirements. We've also have been using existing staffing resources across a number of existing divisions in order to develop the program and support the program. So we're trying to be as the word is frugal as possible, but setting up the program for success.
Okay, and then my last question, Mayor Tory. So in the United States, for example, they have federal and state policies for social procurement that help their companies. Are there synergies or connections we can make with the provincial government that we can have a similar process in place at the city?
Through the chair, yeah, yes, there's synergies with the province. The province actually has passed the Infrastructure for Jobs for Prosperities Act, which builds in workforce development opportunities, and we're also involved in a community of practice with the federal and the provincial governments, including a number of anchor institutions, to help promote and work on together social procurement policies.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Barlow.
So I imagine, since we have major Canadian companies that are doing this and other jurisdictions, that you also looked at what is being done around the world and created our own program. Is that correct?
That is correct. Before the 2013 framework that Council considered, we did an extensive jurisdictional review, and since that time, we have continued to explore other jurisdiction. What we're putting forward to a committee for consideration is the best of those learnings, but made for a Toronto context.
Yeah. And you had an interdivisional table working on this that included everybody from procurement to legal to all kinds of different departments in the City of Toronto working on this. This is not something that has actually been developed in the last year or so. I think we've been working on this for probably 3 or 4 years.
We have been working on this in some iteration for almost 10 years.
Yeah. And to the very disappointing at sometimes, right, Denise? So we came a long way. On the work development side of it, we clearly heard that it is really important to have the opportunity to measure the opportunity not only as a job opportunity, but as a career opportunity. Are you confident that we have the tools that we're going to be measuring that, and we're going to be able to get some feedback on that?
Part of the measuring of this is to understand the quality of the opportunities that we are creating. And so one of the recommendations that is proposed is that we would come back in 2018 with a report back on the take-up issues that have arisen, but also the quality of the opportunities that are being created through this program.
Yeah. And one of the things that I did not see on the report was a direction for you to have a cost-benefit analysis, because yes, we're putting 1 FTE in here, and if you look at it at the surface, you're saying, oh, you know, you're adding an extra staff. But the benefits that we're going to have from this program, I mean, aside from the direct impact on people's lives, but actually on a lot of the costs for the city, can be substantial. Would you support me adding a motion that you can come back and not only bring the report, but actually bring a cost-benefit analysis in 2018? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Other questions? If not, I just have a couple. Councillor Robinson, yes.
Yeah, I'm actually questioning why we need to add an FTE. The divisions are very well resourced, and this is a policy change, but my understanding, having worked here for 20 years, is just because we shift policies, we don't necessarily have to add staff. So could somebody explain to me why we have to add a FTE because we're shifting and addressing policies?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as I noted earlier, we are being efficient where possible in using existing staffing resources to develop the policy and also to support and implement it. However, there are some unique functions and for this policy, for the successful implementation and monitoring of the policy, and that is what Council had approved, the 1 additional FTE in the operating budget.
Yeah, so I'm aware of that, but I guess I want to make sure that we're using this to the best of our ability. So this role, what you're saying, will be monitoring. Can you explain that to me more, that this individual's role would be monitoring the program?
The individual's role would have generally 4 components. It would be to support outreach and communications. It would be supporting working with the vendors in a dedicated capacity. It would also be to, sorry, that's 3, would be to support the monitoring. So working with them to ensure compliance, to understand issues that are being arisen so that we can respond from the program steerage perspective, and also monitoring and counting the number of opportunities that are being developed through the program.
And it's being funded by 2 divisions, 2 different divisions, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Social Development, Finance and Administration Division and Purchasing and Materials Management Division found some efficiencies and are sharing the cost of this particular new position.
And it couldn't have been accommodated within the existing structure or resources?
Not at this point.
Thank you.
Other members wishing to ask questions? Okay. Could I just ask, I'm not sure who's appropriate to answer this, but I wanted to ask a question about timing. One of the things that could drive one crazy around here when you come from somewhere else is the amount of time it takes to receive a report back on things that have actually been achieved on very good policies. And I will intend to be very supportive of this when it comes time for a vote and in terms of speaking in favor of it. I just note, if you read the report, that the derivation of this, accepting, as we heard in one of the previous deputations, that some of the U.S. companies have been dealing with this for 50 years, and in Canada, private sector companies have been dealing with it for a long time. That this started here in 2013. There's reference made to the fact there have been 9 pilot projects over 18 months. And yet we don't see in the report that we're going to get any report back at this executive committee until 2018. And if you sort of assume that the promise, which I take a great heart in, that there's going to be, say, $30 million based on 2% of the procurement going to these diverse-led firms, if we even had 0.5% done in a year, meaning 2017, that'd be $7.5 million, and I wonder whether we couldn't get a report on that. You know, if you took the one quotation from diverse suppliers on the smaller contracts, $3,000 to $50,000, and you started with 2 or 3 departments of the city, you might be able to have a report in a year on that. And so I'm just asking, I guess, the question of whether or not it's possible for us to have this amended in such a way that you could actually be giving us a substantive report in 2017. That's a year from now, and not waiting to 2018. 2018 is just too far away for me to be having our first substantive, measurable assessment of this program.
We had proposed 2018 in order to give us time to have as much to report back to committee and council as possible. If the wish of committee is that we report in 2017 on progress and what those outcomes are to date, we can accommodate that.
Okay. Then the second question really follows on something Councillor Pasternak was asking you about, which is that, you know, leaving aside the diversity suppliers, we heard, for example, when we were in the technology startup community just before I left to go away, that a lot of those companies that now are doing incredibly innovative things and creating jobs in our city just don't bother. They've totally thrown up their hands in despair and don't bother participating in our procurement at all, because they said, look, we just don't have people in our office that can fill out 200 pages of paperwork and take months of time to be doing this. I mean, you know, the guy who's or woman who's the president is also the sales manager, who's also the HR person, like the same people. Are you, when I say are you, is anybody that's part of this also looking at this incredible Byzantine construction of bidding? We've gone through some of it because of past political events and so forth, to see if we can make it possible for all small businesses and medium-sized businesses to conceivably do business with this city. This will be immensely beneficial to us in terms of saving money and broadening out our supplier base. But is somebody looking at that? Because it's fine to sort of tell Councillor Pasternak, as you did, that we're going to try and make it easier for the diverse companies, but then, that's good. But what about all the rest? Is anybody looking at that?
Through the chairs, my apologies. Trying to make it simpler is not just for diverse companies, it is for everyone. We have a number of initiatives on the go to try to find ways to improve efficiencies, including working with our IT group to reach out to the IT vendors on ways to improve the IT procurement that we do here at the city, including reducing the length of the documents. There's also purchasing is engaging in IT capital project to improve how we actually receive documents. Right now, we receive everything paper-based, and we need to move over to an electronic system. And we also have a purchasing as a program review ongoing to look at its organizational structure to find better efficiencies in how we deliver our services.
So, by the way, that paper delivery thing, when we go to see these high-tech startup firms in our city, they just shake their head in total amazement. It's Jurassic Park. You know, they just can't believe it. But so when, and I commend you for the fact you're looking at all this, when might we have a report and where does it go? I mean, it's not part of this thing. Does it go to Councillor Ainsley's committee or somewhere where you can actually have a concrete report with specific steps that have been taken to reduce the steps for bidders of all kinds to take on this and reducing this paperwork and starting to get into maybe the 20th century, let alone the 21st on electronics? When are you reporting it to whom on that?
Through the chair, we are reporting in actually May's GMC on our IT capital project.
Do you say next May or this?
No, May.
Oh, 1 month. Oh.
In 1 month, right. On our IT capital projects, and we can report on other activities as well in terms of how to improve business with the city.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, anybody else with questions? Fine, then we would move to speakers, starting with those from not on the committee, and we have Councillor McConnell, Deputy Mayor McConnell with their hand up. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the staff and the community for this important initiative. As you've heard, it is really time for us to catch up with the rest of big cities in the United States, as well as countries like Scotland and in Europe, where this is just a matter of business. But I also think that, and I spoke to the councillor from Atlanta when he was here and traveling through Regent Park, was very interested in how, from their perspective, they would be able to take their piece and embed it into revitalization. So we're learning from each other, but we are also, as we move forward with TO Prosperity, we're also leading edge and working with other cities across Canada. We know that Calgary and Edmonton are looking very closely at where we're going. Last week I was in Edmonton speaking, a week before, with Denise, speaking around our poverty reduction strategy, and this is a very essential piece. You'll remember that really one of the main drivers of the social procurement, of the poverty reduction is jobs, and social procurement is a terribly, terribly important piece of that. In fact, I would argue that it's the foundation that supply chain diversity and workforce development is really about making sure that all of our communities and their people, and mostly important, their children, have access to the prosperity and the building of our city. I also think that it's very important, as we heard today, to use our partners. We could see already that there's certification organizations that are able to secure knowledge for us, and I know we're working with them. You've heard from Hammerheads, a very important initiative that really is about training, and you've heard from United Way and others that there is about placement, and I think that this allows us to do what we wanted to do this year, which is to partner with others. So through this discussion, I hope that you can see that business can get and will get on board with this. Canadian business as well as international global business. We have a labor movement that embraces this, is already well ahead and out of the gate on this with a track record, and we have organizations like United Way leading edge in terms of making sure that we have placements. We have Anchor TO, which is an organization of most of us, and we belong to that. It's a network of 18 large institutions, including ourselves, colleges and universities, and provincial ministries, Metrolinks, and so on. And that has really been funded also for an Atkinson Foundation grant. But that is $17 billion in combined annual collective procurement. And that's a huge amount of money that is being left on the table by us not utilizing our young people. You know, the old expression about it takes a village to raise a child, it was at a time that everybody had connections to different jobs and different job areas. Now the village is so big that it's hard for some of our young people to have those kind of inroads. Many of them do not are the first in their families to have connections to the workforce. And so I would say that as part of this, this is really essential. For the health and of our young people, for their future. But it's also for our city, because we spend huge amounts of money in our social services, making sure that people are able to survive. And the best way for them to survive is to give them a job and a future, to allow them to go into our city with a family that's strong and healthy. So from my perspective anyway, this is sort of a no-brainer. Hammerhead says it's working. I think we should get going and really embed this into the DNA of our city. I think that it makes good sense. It offers us leadership by our city. It saves us a lot of money in all kinds of ways. But more importantly, I think it saves lives. And it saves lives and it gives life to many of our children and many of our neighborhoods. So it is in the interest of our city. I've said that poverty is everybody's business, and this is a very important solution to get many of our young people a future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McConnell. Others from outside of the committee to speak? I don't see other members of council here. Okay, so members of the committee wish to speak. What's going on? We're having an after you response, and the winner is Councillor Bailão.
I have a motion, Mr. Mayor, and it's just an amendment just to add the cost-benefit analysis. I do think as a city, we always need to, and as a government, need to look for opportunities to provide a better life to its residents and create opportunity, be it through housing or being through jobs, and that jobs plays a big, big part of it. And that's why that we as a city, I think, need to not only attract investment and attract companies to set up here, provide the right environment to have business prosper in here, but also look for our workforce and lead as example. And I think that's what we're doing in here. We're not leading, unfortunately, because I think the private sector has been leading on a lot of these things. Our big companies have been leading on some of these initiatives. But at least as a private sector and as somebody that wants to have a poverty strategy, wants to have a workforce strategy. We cannot talk about these things without looking at our procurement process. When you spend billions of dollars and you have such an impact on this city and on business on this city, we cannot go without talking about the way that we do business and how you do business and with who you do business. And I think that creating an opportunity and the openness to have more diverse businesses in here and creating the opportunity to break the cycle of poverty to a lot of these people is a win-win situation. Not only are you impacting the people's lives, but it makes good business sense. And that's why I put this cost-benefit analysis, because I think, again, this is not about doing the right thing, because we've all talked about doing the right thing. This is good business practice. That's what we're doing in the city. By the witness and the testimonial of the volunteer of United Way that we had here, Mr. Brown, you could clearly see the amazing impact that you have on people's lives, but also the impact that that can have at the city's bottom line. This is the right thing to do. Not only are you providing dignity to people, you're providing a good economic approach to the way you govern the City of Toronto, and that's why this is so important. We know that in a lot of these pilot projects that we've been working with, a lot of them with construction and programs like the Hammerheads, we know that the industry from the private sector, the the unions, they're ready. They're ready to embrace this. Otherwise, we know that we would have a pile of deputations in here, and all we had was people saying, let's move on with this. I remember when I first talked with Denise about this program, probably, I think it was shortly after I got elected, first thing she says, like, actually, Councillor, we're working on it, but it's not moving. And I think that things have been working in these last 4 years that we've actually have developed other strategies that made it so clear what it was so important and essential to the other strategies that we were doing to develop this program. And so I'm extremely supportive of the program. I do believe that we always need to continue evaluating it, and that's why it is so important to have good metrics, good goals, good measuring analysis, and I'm looking forward to have the report coming back, and I have a feeling that probably our mayor is going to push to have it even earlier, which I think it's a great idea. But I'm excited to be part of a council that is going to bring this to Toronto. It's about time, and it's about good government. That's how I see it as well.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. I have next Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have two motions. I'm amending recommendation number 4 to include an analysis of the presence of the supplier diversity policy in the city supply chain, and also the implication of requiring bidders and proponents to have supply diversity policy in order to do business with the City of Toronto. That's one. And the other is that we direct the city manager to develop a social procurement plan, not telling them what to do, how to do it, but in fact we need to plan in order to ensure that this policy is at least out there. I want to thank a couple of people, Ms. Campbell, Ms. Pochuluk, and also the other members of the team who have worked on this. I've been around this thing now, I guess it's my 13th year here, for quite some time. I, too, have been very concerned about the slowness of the progress, if you will. I have chatted, Mr. Mayor, you forgive me, but your sister has been very instrumental in this, in my realization that other companies, Ms. Story was very helpful in pointing out what RBC is actually doing in this area. They've been a leader for quite some time. In fact, they've offered their assistance to help the City of Toronto in order to really come of age with this particular initiative. I've spoken with people in Atlanta, I've spoken to people in the UK and other areas where these things are being done. It's a matter of basically course. It's being done. It's not a question of whether or not we're giving handouts or giving away monies to companies who are not capable and so on. There is one thing I wanted to add, and I think it's really important. The report talks about the one permanent staff, and there are questions as to whether or not the staff members could not really work within the context of what's available. If we actually don't want it to succeed, let's remove that staff member. If we do want it to succeed, let's ensure that that staff person is hired. In fact, I would argue that we actually need more than one. But I've heard what the staff have said, understanding the challenges actually what we're facing as a city, that we in fact are looking at how others are doing things and learning from them, utilizing some of their resources. So I think the staff ought to be commended for that. I think it's definitely appropriate in terms of going this direction. You know, we have a lot of challenges in the city, and some of those challenges actually is the recognition that there are many really bright professionals that come from all over the world to this city. One of the things that we tend to do to them, we tend to amputate their spirit. We tend not to really help them to actually integrate them into the fabric of the society. But we talk a good game. We talk a diverse city. We use diversity as our strength when we promote it internationally and so on and so forth. And people get that. But the core part of it is that we are actually not doing enough to address this issue. Now, I know there's a lawyer. His name is Courtney Betty, and he was very instrumental in my edification of this process and so on, although I recognize it's been a problem. He was one of those who are leading the charge. He brought people from the UK here, Cassandra Dorrington and so on as well, who's been very helpful in this area. What we're actually saying is that we really need to help the people in this city. This government spends billions and billions of dollars And it's actually not really trickling down to helping those who are in need of help. What they're saying is that they don't want to be robbing a store, they don't want to be stealing, they don't want their kids to go to bed without food, they want accommodation, they want all those things. And guess what? They actually want to work for it. They don't want to beg, borrow, or steal, they simply want to utilize their intelligence. As a big government, we actually should be in the business of social procurement because we create opportunities for individuals in our society. And guess what they do when they generate money? They buy things from the retailers. They use hotels for facilities for their families. They send their kids to school. They offer opportunities. And guess what? There's less need for policing costs to go up. There's less on other things that we see that happens in our society, which we characterize as a bit of a moral decay because the fact that poor people are poor and poor people are doing things in order to realize that they need to be able to eat and aspire. And so what? They'll break into your homes, et cetera, et cetera. So this is one way to circumvent that. So anyone who proposed in terms of removing any of these staff, a permanent person, I challenge them because, quite frankly, if you don't want it done, say that. Don't actually use this as an excuse, Mr. Mayor. So those are my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I will be supporting the motions and the amendments, and I want to begin by thanking staff for all of their hard work that they've done on advancing this. If you look at the City of Toronto, going back to 1893, when we had one of the first fair wage policies in North America, we've been working very hard at creating a culture around procurement to advance our goals for more fair and socially acceptable workforce. I think one of the things that's evident, though, is that we spend, I think it's close to $3 billion on our purchasing power. And if you look at the Greater Toronto Area, I was reading one report. It did a survey a couple of years ago, and it said 165 of the largest companies and organizations in the GTA spend about $100 million in their purchasing programs. So there's a lot of clout that can be brought to the table to advance our goals. We have, as Councillor Thompson was just mentioning, we have a number of priority neighborhoods across the city where we can be using our procurement policy to advance hiring of youth. Hammerheads gave that as an example as well. There's a lot that can be done here using our social procurement policy to improve this city. And I think this is another stepping stone in this advancement as going back to, as I said, in 1893. So I want to thank staff again for all their hard work, and I look forward to the progress report in 2018.
Or sooner. Councillor, just kidding. I'll deal with that when I have my turn to speak. Councillor Pasternak, speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo some of the comments made by my colleagues to thank staff for their perseverance and work on this initiative. And I think in the long run, it'll prove benefits not just to the City of Toronto as a buyer of goods and services, but also as part of our strong neighborhood strategy throughout the city and our marginalized communities. But the program, to be successful, must also address many of the things that we've talked about this morning, and that's some of the other barriers that exist for middle and small companies to actually make a go of a government contract. And the bidding process itself needs dramatic reform, where there is an opportunity to be able to legitimately bid for government contracts without the kind of onerous and assumption of risk that currently exists. I'm not saying that the city should not do its due diligence, but it remains a major barrier to many of the companies that we're trying to get on board for actually getting government contracts. Touched on earlier is also the trades, whether it's electrician or plumbing or drywalling. You know, apprenticeships are nice, but we must, and we need the province's help, we must lower the barriers to make sure certification follows quickly, and that people working in the trades are not stuck in apprenticeships for years and years. And of course, You will see legal challenges to this, I'm sure, from bidders who have been unsuccessful. And I can only say that don't wobble, that we have to stick to the policy as approved here and at council, and make sure that we have our legal ducks in a row. That challenges cannot be successful. Looking ahead, I don't think we should be selecting companies without examining their philanthropy initiatives and the charities that they're involved with their local communities. They certainly have to practice what they preach. And of course, as we look for qualifying companies, diversity of shareholders can be just as important as diversity of the workforce that they employ. The shareholders themselves control capital in the city, and they are the ones that often fund the spin-off organizations. So those would be my suggestions going forward, that this policy alone will not achieve the goals that we're looking for, that in fact we must reform other aspects of city policy and the public bureaucracy in order to be successful. But that being said, it's an exciting start, and I look forward to the report back.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Anybody else to speak? I'm going to speak, and I'll go ahead and do that. And if anybody else wants to add on, I have a motion, first of all, and it is in front of you, or soon will be. And it's just as I indicated, to ask for an interim report in May of 2017, which is a year from now, with an interim progress report with specific measured achievements to date. And so I think that will achieve what I was talking about in terms of the sooner reporting on this. I just wanted to really say, I want to first of all commend Councillor Thompson's comments to you. I think this is the kind of thing that's a real litmus test of our seriousness. And you know, one of the proudest things you can have the opportunity to do, which we just did, is to go and represent this city outside of the country. And one of the things you can talk about with justifiable pride is about diversity and how we've sort of done it. I won't say we've done it better, but we've done it differently and done it in a way that is unique and that the world is watching. But what goes with that, as I've said in connection with some other issues that are, you know, presently in front of us to do with policing and other things, is that there goes a special responsibility to make sure that you, you know, that you walk the talk. And I think this is a litmus test in that regard and fits in there. Notwithstanding my own frustrations about timing, I want to thank the staff because they have come forward today, and we do have something here that is quite specific. And the only comments that I want to make beyond asking for this report, and beyond saying that I've spoken to the city manager and it's not the time for us to draft up here some sort of framework for a review of our overall purchasing and procurement requirements, but I think there is a time and place when that should be done sooner than later, because I think it is impeding a lot of people from bidding, and it is in the course of so doing stopping a lot of those local firms from creating jobs and doing well, and stopping us from saving money through their ideas and their competition they would offer to those who do have people that can fill out 200 pages worth of paperwork. So I will come to taking some initiative on that to make sure that probably through this committee we launch such an initiative. I do want to just say, though, that that I hope that we will send this forward to City Council, secure in the knowledge this is not some sort of a handout. This is not some kind of a thing that is saying we're going to do somebody a favor here. What we're going to do is we're going to do ourselves a favor, and we're going to do the small and medium-sized business communities a favor, and we are going to honor our commitment to making sure that people from diverse backgrounds get a fair chance. But that's all it is. You know, when I was an executive at Rogers, one of the ways in which we sort of moved up the number of women into managerial ranks is simply to require, exactly as is done here, that on every short list for every promotion and position that was to be filled in management, there had to be at least one woman on the short list. And it caused people who used to use the same story, well, you know, we can't find any. And they had to find one. And guess what? They didn't always win those competitions because they were on the short list, but they did more often than not, or as often as not. And we ended up succeeding in surfacing those very talented people and moving them into the management ranks of the company. And it's the same here. If you look at how a lot of this is going to work, it is simply going to say that on a short list of people to bid, you have to go out and find a diverse supplier. And guess what? We all know from the events we go to, they're not that hard to find if you put your mind to it. And this will cause us to do that. And so if you look at the benefits, I mean, to me, this is a means to a number of ends. It is going to help those firms to become themselves more prosperous and grow and create jobs, and as Councillor Thompson said, pay tax and on their income and their improved income. It is going to achieve something in the context of diversity itself. And then the real thing that puts this over the line, if it wasn't already well over the line, is that it's going to save us money. So when I hear the debate, and I say it respectfully to Councillor Robinson, because I think she's good to ask the question all the time about, do we need extra staff, do we need extra staff? I think it's good to ask those questions. But in the end, the cost of that staff person will pale into comparison compared to the amount of money we will ultimately save by broadening out the competitive base that we do business with. And all those people who will come with their new ideas and new ways of doing things that we aren't exposed to at all right now, because they don't even bid. They don't even bid. They don't know there are bids on, they're frustrated by the bidding process, so they don't bid. So that, to me, this is a huge step forward, provided that we do actually move to sort of get this done, get it implemented on a timely basis. Don't do what sometimes governments seem to do, which is to say, well, let's take the whole thing and try to do it all at once. Let's take department by department, process by process, and see if a year from today we can come back and report to each other that we really have made progress. There are this many firms that have actually been invited to bid. There are this many that succeeded, and this kind of thing. So I will be supporting the main item and the amendments that have been moved, because I think they're all sensible in the context of a policy that's well thought through and effective. Thank you. Any other speakers that want to speak? So we're ready to hear the amendments put to a vote here, starting with motion 1 from Councillor Bailao. You want to deal with all these amendments? Because everybody happy with that? All right, and was, okay, so we have motions 1, 2A, 2B, and 3, all of which I think have been circulated. All those in favor of the amendments, the package of amendments? Opposed? Carried. The item then as amended, all those in favor? Okay, recorded vote.
On the item as amended, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then we would revert back to 14.2, and we have one deputant, and this is on paid duty activities, and the deputant is Miguel Avila. Miguel, I saw you. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. You have the usual 5 minutes.
I'm here with second deputant. This is Amy, my girlfriend. So she's going to assist me with the display so I can present my deputation today. Mr. Mayor, I don't need an introduction. I'm here to speak on the issue of pay duty and the recommendations proposed by the General Manager of the City of Toronto, Mr. Wallace. I would like to request that at the end of today's deliberations, a record vote is available. Let me begin by saying that what I believe is our path to solve our current poverty crisis in Toronto, and I will read an extract from it. The City of Toronto. Can I have some silence in the background, please? Over there, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Security, please. The City of Toronto Poverty Reduction Vision says, by 2035, Toronto will be a city with opportunities for all, a leader in the collective pursuit of justice, fairness, and equity. We want to be renowned as a city where everyone has access to good jobs, adequate income, stable housing, affordable transportation, nutritious foods, and supporting services. Mr. Mayor, we have to move quickly with a deadline a bit early in view that new jobs can be performed very well by poor young adults and our youth in Toronto, beginning first in Regent Park. As far as a pilot project, this is an idea that it can well fit into the redevelopment program for Regent Park. Daniels Corporations is the builder for our new homes at Regent Park, but currently they're hiring police officers to do the pay duty business. Other utility companies such as Toronto Hydro are doing the same business or contracting out police officers for off-duty to watch our potholes. Why not hire people out of Regent Park? That is something that my local councilor, McConnell, has first knowledge of this problem. I want to submit to you an email provided by 40 Oaks Street Social Justice Committee and to you, Mr. Mayor, last May 2015. Probably your staff may have a copy of that email. We are requesting you that we are proposing a pilot project in Regent Park to replace the pay duty program of the Toronto Police Services. So the recommendations of the city manager, Mr. Wallace, I'm not going to read them one by one, but I'm going to read my comments on each individually. Number one, Mr. Tory, you must request Premier Wynne, and talking about the recommendation number one is to meet with Premier Wynne to meet and move the recommendation forward to ensure our youth have access to good quality jobs. You must also ensure Premier Wynne gives you a timeline when this request can be happen to help our youth. Remember, in poor regions of Ontario, such as Atawapisca, right now, youth are committing suicides and because there is no real future. Here in Regent Park, our youth are in a similar situation. Remember Dancing Street shootout in July 2012? We have the three levels of governments coming together to help the residents of TCSC living in Dancing Street. What was the outcome of that? They only left more problems and less solutions, and a lot overpaid Toronto cops on the sunshine list. Number two, my comments on number two recommendation says, again, Mr. Tory, you must request Premier Wynne to fast-track this request on behalf of Toronto citizens. Number three, recommendation by the city manager. My comments are this. On this point, I must add that a separate group that is currently evaluating the budget process stricken last December 2015 by Mr. Pringle and the board, for which you are a member, Mr. Tory, we need more regular Torontonians appointed to the board. I can't stress enough the importance of working with people with living experiences of acute poverty, who will be able to provide you with the solutions you are seeking, and you make them for free instead of paying high-priced consultants' fees. In regards to recommendation number 4, I don't have any comments whatsoever. Well, I have a problem with the last sorry.
You just make this your last comment, because then we're just at the 5 minutes, okay?
My last comment? Okay. So I spoke on this matter before at the police budget about the creating of a Uber cop alternative, and where we can remove the special constables or civilians at the lower end pay variation in comparison to the higher paid police officers, embedding the collective agreement with the police union and the city. Uber cop is an alternative to the pay position, also known as a two-tier process that other jurisdictions are calling for, since they are not able to carry the burden of the higher cost of policing in small cities and towns across Ontario.
All right, I'll have to stop you there, and maybe there'll be a question that'll allow you to say more, but we appreciate the deputation. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, we don't have any questions, but we do thank you very much for, and if you have some papers.
I do have one request, Mr. Tory. I have a copy of my today's deputation.
Yep.
As you are a member of the board, I would really like to see that Mr. Sanders, a paid civilian of the police services who earns $325,000 a year in plus benefits, will care to reply back to me. I have sent information to Mr. Sanders, and he doesn't care to reply back.
Why don't you make a copy available maybe to the clerk, and they can make it available to the committee, and that'll include me, and I will find out why he hasn't replied. Okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Miguel.
Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, then questions of staff on the report from members not on the committee. Okay, just see if there's, Councillor Nunziata, did you have a, all right, we'll start with Councillor Nunziata, and then I see we have a number of others, and let me just make a note of that. I have Councillor Holland,
The
and
staff.
Councillor Robinson.
So I know this item has come to the Police Services Board a few years ago when I was a board member and also city staff. So what have we done as far as, and I know that supposedly was to be part of our budget at one year, I can't remember what year, as far as having paid duty officers for construction sites and road closures and city work done on our streets.
So, Mr. Mayor, there have been various requests of city staff and the police board to look at this issue. The city manager's office has been looking at the legislation around the permitted use of the function, and this report reflects that. But there's also been work in the police service to put in place a new system, and within city divisions looking at the requirements that, related to the permitting functions.
But I thought, though, a couple years ago that the city manager, previous city manager, brought forward a report on, as far as contracts that we have that we don't require pay duty officers for road closure. I thought that report was submitted to City Council and that we were implementing that.
Mr. Mayor, there have been improvements on the city divisions that require.
What sort of improvements have we done?
I might ask.
Through the mayor, basically, Councillor, we were working with the police to work out some issues on this. We have, I guess, modified the interpretation of the Highway Traffic Act to limit the use of paid duty officers for city work. Again, the city work is only a small amount of the overall paid duty volume, but we've put new protocols in place regarding where we use them. And primarily, the biggest one was associated with our traffic signal contracts. And so from that, over the past 3 years, we took the use of paid duty from roughly $1.5 million a year down to about $400,000 to $500,000 a year through those improvements. Likewise, on our projects, we do have guidelines, but we do occasionally deviate from those guidelines if we believe that there's a public safety concern. And an example of that would be in a downtown, if we're doing something like a sidewalk for short term, we wouldn't set up a whole traffic staging plan for that, but you might simply have an officer out there to manage pedestrian traffic through a construction zone. So things like that have reduced the amount of city spending on paid duty officers.
Okay, just what, is that my time? I don't think that's my time, right? I don't think I've asked for 10 minutes. I've got about 3? Okay. I just have one more question. So at the Police Services Board, we moved, actually, Councillor Thompson and I moved a motion, and we brought forward a report on the Vancouver model. And it was sent to council. And so what's happened with that report? And then it also went to the audit committee. So what happened with that report? Does anybody know?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have reviewed that report. In fact, it's the key driver as to the, from the city manager's perspective, the legislative review that we have conducted, and we are responding in terms of our findings and our consultations with the province in relation to what might be possible in Ontario.
Okay, so in the past 3 or 4 years since this item has come up at the Police Services Board and put on to council, so we have not requested the province of Ontario to amend, to make any changes in legislation. This is the first time. We haven't, in the past, we have not requested that?
We have not brought the request to committee and council yet. We have consulted with the province, and the report reflects that as recent of October of last year, we have been consulting with the province on the matter.
So, okay, because it was my understanding we did request it at one time through the Police Services Board. Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions.
Just to clarify that record, I'm not sure you would be aware, but I believe I'm right in saying, and perhaps the city manager will know, that I have written a letter to the Premier within the last couple of months, specifically requesting changes to this legislation. Yeah, but I did write that letter. Now, it didn't come through the committee structure per se, but I think I just want to make sure that you wouldn't have been necessarily aware of that letter, but I did write it. Okay, Councillor McConnell will revert back to people not on the committee. If you wish to ask some questions, please go ahead.
Yes, yes, this has also been a long time coming. I was the chair of the board when we first started this, so that seems like a very long time ago. And the $28 million is often described as a very small part of what we do, but coming out of our budget. But actually, there's a whole lot more that's hidden in our budget. So I wanted to ask about the legislative review. Has anybody figured out why Thunder Bay, Kitchener, Ottawa, all of those areas don't actually use paid duty, since they're under the same legislation? Like, I understand Vancouver, I understand Montreal, but I don't understand these other cities and why they are not required, but we are.
Mr. Mayor, we have not done that level of jurisdictional review. But I will make an assumption that it relates to the volume that, the city has put in place a requirement for this type of function over the years. However, but just in addition to that, through the report, you'll note that city staff are of the view that alternatives are currently in place within the legislation for us, rather than having a police officer perform that function.
Correct.
Perhaps these other jurisdictions have chosen to do so.
Yes, probably. But it is interesting that the only other municipal jurisdiction that uses paid duty in Ontario that I am aware of, and I've been looking at this for a long time, is Peel Region. And they spend somewhere in $1 to $2 million total, and our number is 28 million. So there's quite a difference in that, and certainly people at FCM in the Ontario caucus were stunned when they discovered that we thought that that's what we had to do. The second question is with regards to things like policing of sidewalks. So I don't want to start again having to take photographs, which we all did. I know that the Toronto Star took photographs. I know that other news took photographs of police officers who are assigned to sidewalk function so that people are safe. First of all, I'm not quite sure why it has to be an armed officer. But the other part is that they are not doing that particular piece of their work. And so I am wondering why, after all of these years, we are still relying on sort of the off-duty officer, tired off-duty officer, to come in for hours and hours and hours and look at how to manage pedestrians walking along the side of the road.
Through the mayor, Councillor, I think we need to be clear that in many cases, paid duty officers are actually hired by private companies, not at the direction of the city. Many cases, they actually hire them. At times, they claim for legal and liability purposes that it reduces their insurance premiums. At that time, if they're hired by a private organization, they may have a specific duty, like, for instance, bringing large construction vehicles in and out of a site, at which point, during the off time, they are serving at the request of the private entity. And the private entity may not be asking them to do things like manage traffic and manage pedestrians on the sidewalk. For our construction projects within the city of Toronto, we do give them advice in terms of what our expectations are. So we have been working with the Toronto Police Services on that. Primarily, first and foremost, it's managing safety and managing pedestrians in the downtown core. And then secondly, to look at ways to mitigate any congestion impacts that are caused by the construction.
Well, actually, I'll speak, but I don't think that that's an effective use of our police officers. So my understanding from the legislation is it's not required, that in a lot of cases we're paying for it because they are in fact not directly our projects, but they are indirectly our projects. And what I'm hearing 4 years later is we still haven't really changed our process and our policy. So unless you can tell me that organizations, particularly like Hydro, you talked about traffic signs, which is a very good thing, but we're still, Hydro is using them. Most of our agencies who have these sorts of construction think that they're still required to do that. So I think we could really go a little further in terms of really starting to delineate what it is that we have spent our money on. Have we done
I'll
that?
assume, Councillor, since we're past 5 minutes, that had a question mark at the end of it.
Yes, no, have we done that? I'm wondering if we've been monitoring that, so, thank you.
Yes, through the mayor, yes, Councilor, I don't think that that is correct. I mean, many cases, again, these organizations choose to, and at times the contractors choose to. They're not directed by the city, and the step that the city has taken is actually about a year ago, we did send a note to all of the utility companies, alerting them of the protocols in which they are required to. And again, there will be times occasionally when transportation services staff do require, typically in areas of high pedestrian volume and safety. If someone's working near an intersection, Councillor, we're going to need to have an officer out there to guide people around heavy construction equipment. But again, it's not a large amount of those projects where they're being directed. They are choosing to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor McConnell and Mr. Buckley. And then we have Councillor Holland to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I just wanted to also know, again, I'm going to reiterate, I know that we dealt with this at Budget Committee and extensively actually at Budget Committee back then with Councillor Del Grande. And I know that many councillors around here that were on that committee at the time. So again, we're seeing it back. So my questions are in regard to what, and I understand through you, Mayor, that you sent a letter to the Premier. And I was under the impression that we had reached out to the province at that time, so it probably would have been about 3 years ago. And so my question is just to staff, was that never undertaken?
Mr. Mayor, the work has been undertaken, and you may recall there was, when Councillor Del Grande was on the board, the chair of the time put in place a committee to look at paid duty. This is post the request for the City Manager's Office to look at the Vancouver model and to look at the legislation. Work has been going on since then, both in terms of what you see in the report, looking at the legislation, but also taking a deeper dive and looking at the requirements, as we said earlier, on what is, from a permitting of the road perspective, required of the police service. So work has certainly progressed in advance, including some good consultations with the province.
Okay. And so have you discovered anything that's been possible? I know this was brought up at the time in terms of a training body. I know that was raised at the time. We were thinking of something through George Brown, or whether it be through even the police services, of some sort of training for, because it's transportation that is the key element here. So what would that entail, and have you reviewed that?
Mr. Mayor, this report, as you see in the recommendation 1, now just to step back for 1 second, city staff are of the view that alternatives to police officer on paid duty can perform the function, but we are looking for some additional clarity in provincial legislation. But as you see here, if we are looking at alternatives such as special constable or peace officers, municipal officers, and perhaps other authorized officials, those new roles would certainly require education, as in responding to your question. So certainly there is a level of education and performance that needs to be understood should alternatives be sought.
Okay, and so, I mean, obviously they do that training through I would assume the college anyway, where officers get their training. So there would be that type of education available. I mean, we wouldn't be reinventing the wheel, so that's just a matter of getting that segment out of the education program.
Mr. Mayor, I just would like to sort of note here that this report doesn't go down a path of implementing an alternative. It is doing essentially 2 things. It's looking at the rules through legislation to look to clarify it, And it's also looking at the bottom up, taking a deeper dive, as mentioned, at the city. What are our requirements? What is our interface with the police service in obtaining those requirements? It is not yet saying what the implementation of an alternative would look like. There would be a number of steps that need to be put in place.
And I
but
appreciate
training
that,
would
I
be
guess.
one of them.
Yeah, I totally, and with all due respect, it's just because it's been here so many times. I'm just surprised that we haven't dug down. I mean, that's the exact point that I think I find that at the city. I mean, everything comes back here over and over again, unlike the province and federal, right? When you make a decision, it just gets done. But here, it's like Groundhog Day, right? Right? It is. Anyway, and it's just all due respect to staff. It must be tiring for you as well. Anyway, my final question is, just looking at the clock here, I have about 45 seconds. And so I work with a number of running organizations. You know that I do the half marathon and work with Scotiabank on that. And our half marathon, I know that they are required to hire many of the paid duty. The problem is with these significant events is that there's never enough. And so they do actually, in fact, hire additional security firms. And so that's what I find interesting, is that they're out there and the police must be working with them. And since there's never enough officers at these, for the events that we're holding in our city, wouldn't you be going to those security firms? That's my last question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, within the paid duty costs, as I understand them, that 30 million, there is a range of, within there is management within the streets for traffic control, but there's also the security element for special events. And certainly, there also has been raised a concern that there aren't enough paid duty positions to fill all of the numerous requests. And yes, security does fill that role. So there is a potential where on the security paid duty function, an alternative to that in the future could potentially be increased use of security personnel from our perspective.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory. I guess my first question would be, what do people pay an hour? $68?
That is correct.
And is that plus an administration fee? Or is that all encompassing, the 68?
That includes,
Does that include the 15% administration fee?
I'm just going to have the police service answer the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the hourly rate for a police constable is $68 an hour plus a 15% admin fee, and there's a 3-hour minimum.
And there's that was my next question. So there's a 3-hour minimum. And if you just hire one officer, you can hire one officer, but is there scenarios where you have to hire multiple officers with a kind of a supervisor scenario?
There is, and then there's a span of control, and I think it's one sergeant for 4 police constables. So if you hire 4 police constables, you would need a sergeant as well, and the sergeant's rate is slightly higher. I think it's around $73.
73 plus administration fees of 15%?
Plus administration fee, yes.
So in the case of a marathon or possibly a film shoot or a music industry event, they would need multiple officers. So they would be in a scenario where they'd need a structure with a sergeant included with the 4 police.
That's correct.
And as you said, the sergeant's higher, 73 plus the admin fee. What does that total to?
For, depending on, if it's a 3-hour minimum, you're looking at probably around $250 for one officer.
For one officer for the 3-hour call. It's a 3-hour call, so you can't get around that. That's okay. That's very helpful. My understanding in the Vancouver model, and I guess this is to staff, the Vancouver model, my understanding it's been very effective overall in Vancouver. Is that the findings?
We haven't assessed its effectiveness. We've assessed its, how the rules around it.
And my understanding is it starts at $22 an hour in Vancouver?
We don't know, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I do, and it does. So I guess this is to economic development staff. Is this important? Do you think this policy shift is important for animating our streets, for tourism, for economic impact, for festivals, events, marathons, parades. Is this an important measure to proceed with?
Expanding the number of, through the chair, expanding the number of solutions to managing public safety around all these events is critical to the ongoing growth of our tourism, cultural celebrations, business celebrations, et cetera.
So is there, like an example would be Canada Day weekend where there's multiple events all across, in all of our wards, in the downtown core. Would there not be a strain on police resources to accommodate and resource all of those activities and events and parades across the city?
I think I'd ask the police services to answer that.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there's definitely, the number of events that we're currently policing, and it's great for the city, is expanding every year, but it does put a strain on our resources as well as other city resources.
Okay, and back to the Vancouver model, my understanding is they do extensive training with these personnel to get them up to speed to facilitate this work. Is that correct?
Yes, that is our understanding.
Okay, so they do the appropriate training, and they have special constables, and you don't have a sense of whether, I've heard that the system's very effective and successful, but you're not aware of that? You don't have any feedback for us on that?
Unfortunately, we don't have that information, Councillor.
Okay, this question's for transportation. We have very serious congestion and gridlock issues in this city. One of your recommendations as part of the management plan was to try to look at key intersections, really troubling intersections in our city, and possibly put personnel in position there. Can you explain that concept a bit further?
Yeah, so we're currently, for the budget, we were allocated about $250,000 to actually use police officers to do a pilot for traffic assistance personnel. Because of the current rules, we actually do have to use paid duty officers. We have to use police services to be able to do this. But our goal is to deploy it likely late May, early June. We're going to measure before and after, and also get feedback from users in the area about the effectiveness of having police officers or people who can direct traffic and manage pedestrians in intersections to manage, again, both vehicles and pedestrians from a safety and a congestion management standpoint.
Is there any best practices, international best practices that you've looked at that actually use personnel, meaning special constables versus police in that capacity?
Last question.
I mean, as mentioned, other cities actually do use things such as special constables. In New York City, they actually have their non-sworn, they fall under the police services, but they're non-sworn personnel who are out there on New York streets and actually are legally permitted to manage traffic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. My question's actually for the city manager. I wanted to ask, first of all, in the report, the financial implications, it says the financial implications of paid duty are $1.49 million paid by city agencies, BIAs, but that wouldn't include just community organizations or associations that hire paid duty.
And through you, Mayor, just to be very clear, that's what the coding shows. So that coding may not be precisely exact, but what it shows is the expense to the direct expense to the city is the 1.3 and change.
Okay. And the Auditor General did a report in 2011 where he compared paid duty, I think going back, I thought I saw 2004. And if we look at that number of 1.49 million, is there any calculation or study that looked at paid duty in 2004? Has it kept pace with inflation, or have the rates outpaced inflation?
So we can do that calculation relatively quickly, but I don't have that information on the top of my head.
Okay. And then...
sorry, excuse me, Toronto Police Services may have that.
I can tell you, Councillor, that and I think Steve Buckley talked to it as well, it has gone down in terms of our, oh, you're talking the rate or you're talking the actual cost?
Compared to the actual costs of paid duty.
The hourly rate actually is the same. Because the TPA sets the rate, they look at it every year and basically tell us what that rate is going to be. Sometimes they hold the rate flat, and sometimes the last increase was from $65 to $68 an hour.
Okay. But compared to the rate of inflation?
It would probably be lower, I think, right? Lower than the rate of inflation over that period.
Okay. And then, Mr. Wallace, I wanted to ask about, so the kind of two components to paid duty that I hear the most about, one, special events. And, you know, a lot of organizations we give grants to. One of the concerns I always hear about, or complaints, is the cost of paid duty. And do we, when somebody comes in and applies for a grant, do we break out the costs in terms of paid duty, city?
I will look for staff and correction on that, but my understanding is not.
The city manager is correct.
Okay, and one of the lines, Mr. Wallace, from the 2011 audit that was done by the Auditor General, one of the lines that said the paid duty on publicly funded job sites costs the city more than direct paid duty by our agencies, boards, and commissions. And that was in 2009 and 2011. But I didn't see any update or in this report for 2015. So do we track that?
What we do is we track it through the coding in the SAP system, and you've heard from the General Manager of Transportation, the very substantial, I think basically 2/3 drop in the costs over the last couple of years.
Okay, and then my final question I wanted to ask about construction. And so we hire, our construction is done mainly by RFP, or our city divisions are doing work, and they have to hire pay duty, which is at $68 an hour. A lot of our construction work in our capital budget, we're either getting a bond or we're amortizing it over a 23-year period, 20 to 30-year period. So is it fair to say that if we're hiring paid duty for $68, you extrapolate that over the cost of, you know, the cost could be north of $100 for that paid duty?
So I think we have to be a little bit careful here, and I think this is something that the General Manager of Transportation was indicating in response to an earlier question. The decision to hire the paid duty officer is made oftentimes independently by the contractor. You are right, they will build that in over a period of time into their bid cost. That will logically have an impact on the bid, but it will not necessarily be a one-to-one impact.
Okay. But if we do have a contract like that, the contractor decides to, whether they're obligated to or not, to hire paid duty, they're not going to eat that cost. Like, it's eventually getting billed back to the city one way or another.
Not necessarily. The way contracts work is there will be a shared element of that, and some aspects of it may well be built into their costs. Others, they may choose to eat out of a profit margin. There's no simple answer to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the report on page 2, it speaks to the history. The Auditor General conducted an audit of the pay duty system and referenced the Vancouver Traffic Authority program. Is that your first awareness of this issue, Vancouver model?
Yes.
Right. And so on page 3, third paragraph down, it talks about looking at the Vancouver model and so on. It talks about TPS. A report concluded that the implementation of such a system in Toronto would require legislative changes and so on. Is that your understanding?
So to be clear.
Sorry, yes or no? Is that your understanding?
Well, if I can just unpack that a little bit, Councillor. So the Police Services Board did say that we would require legislative change. Is that what?
Yes. So that my question is that your understanding, right? Okay. So they said that, and so when I read further down, and it talks about the Vancouver model and so on, recognizing that the city manager's office made a similar request in June of that year. I'm wondering why then either the team or someone in the city manager's office did not take the time to actually review in a proactive way the Vancouver model.
Mr. Mayor, at the time, there was a committee put in place under the Police Services Board. The chair, and at that time, the city manager's office and other divisions participated in a review as directed.
So was the Vancouver model looked at?
Yes, it was.
So you have information regarding the Vancouver model?
We have information as it relates to the legislation and the permissions that provide for it in British Columbia.
But I thought what I heard you say earlier was that City Manager's office didn't have such information about the Vancouver model.
Then I apologize. I've been confused in my responses.
Okay.
We are aware. We have been made aware of it in 2011 per the 8 auditors' point.
Okay, that's helpful. I take that. Sorry.
I believe what Mr. Otero indicated, he did not have information regarding the effectiveness of that model. That being a somewhat different question relating to a variety of issues such as public safety and things like that that are quite difficult to determine.
Okay. There was an MOU to be signed in 2011, is that correct?
So that was the direction for it to be.
What happened with the MOU?
There has been ongoing discussions and clarity around the requirements. As you see in this report, city staff are of the view that we're in a position to have that MOU signed.
I'm sorry, in a position?
We believe that the MOU is ready to be, approved and signed.
So has all the wording and tweaking, because I was a member of the service board at the time when discussions were taking place, there were issues around tweaking of wording and language and so on that was not satisfactory to the chief and his office and so on. So is that now been sorted out?
So city staff are happy with the language in the MOU, and I think we've been looking for a response back from the.
So if I moved a motion requiring that the MOU be brought back at a specific period of time, would that be helpful?
Your prerogative, yes, sir.
No, I'm asking if you would. If
Yes, I think the timing is important, given the importance of the item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Shiner wants to be on the list to ask questions. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking for clarity on a couple of references in their staff report. Our first recommendation says that City Council request the Province of Ontario to amend Section 134(1) and 2 of the Highway Traffic Act to permit alternatives to police officers such as special constables. And then on page 7, you've written, provincial staff have communicated that they see no legislative barriers to the use of special constables appointed by the Toronto Police Services Board. If there's no legislative barriers, why are we asking them to change the legislation?
There's ambiguity in the Highway Traffic Act and the interpretation that's placed on who is required to carry out, who has the authority to carry out the traffic direction function. So one interpretation is that it's exclusively police officers based on the use of that term in the Highway Traffic Act. There is another authority for the Police Services Board to appoint special constables to carry out some of the functions of police officers, and the question is, does that authority intertwine with the use of the term police officers such that you could give special constables that limited authority and function? It's not crystal, and the province said that their view is that there is some ambiguity. I attended the meeting with the province, and that it would be best to clarify that in the legislation.
But that's not what your report says. The provincial staff have, I assume, communicated to our staff there's no legislative barriers. If there's ambiguity, then shouldn't we write a legal brief saying that the ambiguity gives us the wiggle room to proceed with special constables?
That's another way of, that's another possible approach, is to use the wiggle room, but I think that it would be wiser to have a clarification in the legislation along with an expansion of the authority beyond police officers and special constables to other possible people who could perform the function.
All right, I think my next question is more for police services. So in this report, we've got 381,000 hours of paid duty. During that time, obviously, these are off-duty officers. They're using police vehicles, motorcycles, cars, uniforms, firearms, whatever they have to use. That's government property that they're using during the off-duty moonlighting.
That's correct. We cascade our vehicles down so that the older vehicles are used for pay duties.
So we're assuming the capital depreciation of this program. I mean, we're assuming the wear and tear on our motorcycles, our horses.
That's correct, and that is all taken into account in terms of the 15% administration fee that we charge our clients.
And that 15% administration fee goes into your what? State of good repair account, capital account?
That's revenue.
Renew.
That's revenue that we get from additional revenue that we get with respect to the admin fee plus the vehicles that are used. So it's in our revenue.
No, but does that go into a capital reserve account to replace these vehicles that are, and equipment that's getting wear and tear?
The vehicles that we use are actually vehicles that have kind of come to their end of life, and as opposed to auctioning them off, we basically reuse those vehicles for paid duty requirements. We do make annual contributions to our vehicle and equipment reserve to cover other vehicles that we use as part of our normal operations.
Would end-of-life vehicles be used when there's real end-of-life, like at funerals and funeral processions?
Yes, that's what we use it
Those
for.
are the vehicles they're using?
Yes.
When we see that over half of our sworn officers are performing paid duty, are we staffing up? Is there an extra staffing up cost to the city to fill that gap of officers?
No, in fact, this is very much a voluntary system, and that's why, as demand increases, our ability to actually staff all of the paid duty requests is an issue that we're currently facing. And so what we're doing in that regard is, at the request of the board and the city, we're developing guidelines that will better able to define when and in what circumstances a paid duty officer should in fact be used. I think the legislation changes that are being recommended will help the city and the service have that flexibility in terms of alternative services to an actual officer being used for that purpose.
When a traffic light is out, are we more likely to send a sworn officer on duty or a paid duty officer to that site?
My understanding on that, and Sandra will correct me, is the first 3 hours are on duty and then it becomes a paid duty.
Oh, yeah, it's straight. It always
Okay.
takes 4 hours to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. I think we have time to squeeze in one more before we, and that was, where did my list go here? There we are. It is Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions were answered, so I'm just going to specifically talk about the timing. We need to wait for the legislation to come back to give us the ability, as I'm hearing, to make some of the changes. You get a sense of how long this will be taking, and I'm really looking at, and I'll be asking a question about the CFO on our 2017 budget. We have been dealing with this for a long time, I know, on budget. And I'm just want to get a sense of, is this something that we'll be having an opportunity to deal with during the 2017 budget process?
Mr. Mayor, it's difficult to comment on the timing required by the province to address this request. However, from our perspective, the province is looking at the Police Services Act at the moment, and there has been some appreciation of looking at special constables for a range of civilianized functions that officers currently do. So I believe the timing is good, and I believe that, generally speaking, given that we are looking at the Highway Traffic Act, they are prone to making changes, half a dozen or so every year on the Highway Traffic Act.
Thank you, and I guess this next question would probably go through the city manager to the CFO. Is this a budgeting item that, number one, that if we were to look at this in the 2017 budget process, would provide some meaningful changes or benefits from a budgetary perspective?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, as you see, the total cost is about $1.5 million. We do look for everything that can provide relief in the budget. If you recall, when we did the budget and we showed the forecast, 2017 is going to be a particularly difficult year. So I'd like to find savings wherever we can find savings, whether they are big or small.
And I guess either to your staff, when you're looking at the particular number, so we have the 1.490 that's been charged to city divisions. Do we have a breakdown or analysis, and I know the city manager touched on this, about the third-party contractors, those amounts that are billed to third parties, but in many ways are probably recouped coming back to us, understanding that some of the third party don't have to do this, but I want to get a sense of, and again, it's really looking at going into the 2017 budget, $1.5 million, but the sense I'm getting is probably more embedded somewhere within that $30 million to look at. Is there any way we can see that anywhere?
We can get at it indirectly through the records of the Police Services Board, but we cannot get it directly because it's obviously not billed as an item that way.
Okay, I guess then the last question to the police services, is this something that through budget, through executive, through whatever committee of the city, we'd be able to request and we'd be able to get that in a timely fashion?
We're actually working on that request right now, so we'll be able to provide it to the city manager's office as soon as we finalize the report.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we do have one more, but I think we'll, just it's 12:29, so I think we should, I think Councillor Shiner is the last one to ask questions. We'll do that perhaps after lunch. No, that's fine. Oh, all right, that's, it's a fair point. All those in favor of extending to have one more to the end of questions? Carried, thank you. Councillor Shiner, that's a good point, Councillor Thompson, thank you. Don't feel any pressure here, Councillor Shiner.
Sorry, pressure for what, Mayor?
That's right. Sorry. Never mind, just please go ahead.
I'm trying to understand who controls the paid duties, because it's the Toronto Police Association's involvement.
The Toronto Police Association, they're limited basically to establishing the rate of the hourly cost, minimum and the minimum requirement. The rest is really clients making requests, whether they be third-party clients.
They set the rates.
That's about it.
Do they set the 4-to-1, one supervisor or 4 officers?
Yes, they actually have a word in that.
So they're helping raise the cost by saying once. What does a supervisor do? There's 4 officers out in the street. What's the supervisor doing? Is he coming out to the site? Is he checking on them?
Depending on the venue, that supervisor is responsible for ensuring that those paid duty officers are doing what they're contracted to do.
Right. Do they come out to the site?
What do you mean to the site?
Do they have to go out?
Yes.
To the event?
Yes.
So if we have a parade and have 20 officers, you have 5 supervisors watching the 20 officers?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, and a staff sergeant.
Sorry, and the Police Services Board agrees with that?
I can't answer that question. I can tell you, though, that it's not in line with our span of control.
Let me ask you, have you said no, you won't agree to that?
I can't speak for the board. I
Has
can
the
tell you
board
that
ever?
from a service perspective, I would like to see that span of control increased. In other words, it shouldn't be 1 to 4. It should be probably in line with 1 to 8.
I've driven on highways so many times, or even drive in the city here. I drive on a highway, they're paving the highway, there's a guy with a sign that says stop on the highway. What's the difference? They're not a police officer. How come they can do that?
That's the way the interpretation in the Highway Traffic Act is that a police
So I
officer.
go to a construction site here in the city. There's a dump truck coming out. There's a guy with a sign that says stop, and 2 of them slow. They stop. They're not police officers. How come they can do that?
I think you're hitting on the very issue around clarification and in terms of definition and exactly when we need a paid duty officer and when we don't. Because there's, believe it or not, there's also health and safety for the officers themselves. We want to control how many hours they work as well. We want to manage their wellness as well. So
I understand that, but all the construction work that I see, unless it's at an intersection corner, they don't have.
Excuse me, there's a regulation under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which in certain limited circumstances allows workers for the construction company properly trained to manage a specific portion of the traffic in the roadway.
So then why?
It's a limited function, and that's the only time that a non-police.
So why can the contractors that work for the city not do the same thing?
I'm sure they do in instances where it's feasible and possible. And in some cases, they may use other alternatives to stop up streets, such as barriers and fences and things of that nature. So there's a range of possible options, of which paid duty is just one in terms of controlling the roadway around construction projects.
Right, but my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, asked, so why don't we have a legal opinion as to what we can and can't do?
That legal opinion has been provided previously to Executive Committee and to Council as far back as 2006. As I recall, dealing with the range of authorities for stopping up traffic in roadways.
I'm trying to understand when it comes to the vehicles. So you're keeping extra vehicles in the fleet for paid duty?
we use those vehicles for paid duty, yes.
And you keep them around for paid duty?
Yes.
We have a fleet of about 25 vehicles that we only use for paid duties, and they are those vehicles that are at the end of life, as Tony indicated. and we charge back an hourly rate.
But why not get rid of them and use the regular vehicles? Because I don't think I've ever passed a police station that hasn't got vehicles parked there.
And that hits on another thing that we're looking at, is the number of vehicles that we have. So we are looking at all of those things as part of our transformational review that we're doing.
My question really is, everybody's looking at all these things, but nobody's helping to bring any solutions to fix it. And it's been going on, even the memorandum of understanding now, for 5 years at a cost of millions of dollars to the city, and never mind the tens of millions of dollars to people that put on events in the city. How do we get this fixed? Is anybody going to take an initiative? And I would suggest it has to come from the Police Services Board, because they're police officers, to fix this.
I know the Police Services Board is committed to fixing this problem. We're working very cooperatively now with the City Manager's Office, and I think we're working towards a solution that I think the committee will be happy with.
Can I ask one further question simply? You didn't look at the Vancouver model much. Are there models that you looked at that we could emulate, that we could use, something that could give us some direction how to fix the problem?
Mayor, and in response, as the city manager mentioned, I want to clarify. We absolutely did look at the Vancouver model from a legislative framework perspective in terms of its applicability here in Ontario. We did not look at it from a program performance perspective as raised by Councillor Robinson in her question. What we are bringing forward in terms of recommendations, we believe, is a step forward, looking at the legislative framework here in Ontario and perhaps clarifying it so that we can make progressive alternative changes to the function as it's performed currently here in the city. And we're also, in recommendations 3 and 4, taking a deeper dive and looking at the requirements from a city divisional perspective and those authorities that apply permits, so that those requirements are well understood and addressed by the police service in the performing of the function. So I would believe that we are making good progress. This is a very good initial step towards that progress from a staff perspective.
Thank you,
Thank you for
Councillor
the time,
Schneider.
Mayor
Thank you,
Clark.
Mr.
Mayor
Otero. 1:30. See you then.
Hello, 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 hello. Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to resume. If I could ask all of our public service friends to take their seats and members of council. So where we left off is we had, as far as I know, finished with questions of staff on the paid duty report. And so it would be time to move to speakers. Were there speakers from outside? Okay, Deputy Mayor McConnell and Councillor Nunziata. Let me just make my list here. And I had Councillor Robinson already down to speak on this before from the committee. So we'll start with Deputy Mayor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I will take a deep breath and try not to rant, because really 10 years of this is ridiculous. To be able to go from $30 million expenditure and save $1.4 million is beyond belief. It also is that if you look at the average number of police officers who are gaining employment through this process, and the amount that they make in a 3-hour period of time, and if you distributed it evenly, it's almost $10,000 apiece. I would note that having been at the negotiation table with the police union, that they'd never acknowledged that actually our police officers have opportunities for this. But I would say that I've been under a great deal of frustration as I talk to my colleagues across Ontario, very few of whom deal with this. They simply don't do it. And when I look at a flag person in the middle of a highway being able to slow down cars and being able to even stop cars, you know, I wonder why we're really actually talking about sworn special constables. I know that, for example, 40 Oaks, one of the supportive housing projects in my ward, has often approached me and said, we have people who could manage this if they would just got a little bit of training. You know, I think that when I went to school, and perhaps it's a very long time ago, we used to have grade 8 students with little patrol belts, and they'd let us go across the street when appropriate. I think we've got so far down a road of worrying about whether or not we're going to get sued or whatever, that we've lost our sense of direction. To me, we pay $30 million into our police officers' pockets. We give them extra work when we expect them to come to work bright and cheery and well-rested. We continue to support, because it doesn't affect our bottom line, things like the Blue Jays, when you say to yourself, well, why are there so many police officers around the dome? You know, if it's TIF is required to have these in order to close up the street, even though we know that if the streetcar goes just slow enough that people in their right mind get out of the way. And if you're in Prague or if you're in other places, in fact, streetcars come right directly into their center areas. I would suggest that we actually have to fish and cut bait on this. We are never going to get the union to agree that taking money out of the pockets of their officers is in their best interest. So it's off the table for them. We are never going to get police chiefs who are going to agree that fighting with their police union is in the best interest of their service. And in fact, we are going to continue to have police service boards intimidated into believing that for some legislative strange reason, it's us or them or who knows why, but we just have to continue to do business as usual. I think we have to stop doing this. It is 10 years since I was the chair of the Police Services Board, and I brought this to the attention of the board. The board at that time supported the direction. At that time, police officers didn't, police service didn't even report these amounts of money to the Revenue Canada, and it wasn't until we inquired of that Revenue Canada actually came back and said, wait a minute, that's not the case. And then we had to fight to put it on the sunshine list. I'm not opposed to police officers having good salaries. I think we've done that. But I am opposed to us being hoodwinked into believing that we are the only jurisdiction in Ontario that has to spend $30 million in the public interest. Yes, other services do this, but in the $1 or $2 million amounts of money, not in the $30 million. But when we say it's not really our business, then let's look at hydro. What is your bill? That includes it. What about your condominium when you buy it? That includes it. What about your roads that includes it? What about Guild Electric if it takes 4 hours? That includes it. And then to have 4 officers with a supervisor, and then in addition to that, a number of supervisors that need a supervisor of the supervisor who's called a staff sergeant. I say enough is enough. We don't need to do it, and we should, while we ask for some clarification, we should just stop this ridiculous practice and have our people understand that police officers have much more important work than looking down holes and drinking coffee, because I think that's a bad message, because our officers work hard.
Thank you.
And that's not what the public sees.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. Where did I put my list? There it is. Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do support the recommendations in the report, and I don't know if there'll be other amendments forward. But I guess what's frustrating for me is that it's been years since we've been talking about it, not only at Budget Committee, but at the Police Services Board with Councillor Thompson and Councillor DeGrand and I, when we brought this up at the Police Services Board. And when the rate increases came forward, we asked for a report. And then when it was brought forward, the Vancouver model, it was forwarded to the Auditor General with the recommendations. But I assumed that at that time, even part of the report does say that it can't work, it's impossible without legislative changes. Well, I don't know why we didn't ask for those legislative changes in 2013. I assume that we did, and we didn't. And I'm pleased that the mayor has sent a letter to the premier. He mentioned that this morning. But what concerns me is that with these recommendations, this is not going to be implemented immediately. It's going to take a few years just for the province to look at amending the legislation. So we just seem to be fighting this battle constantly. I remember a few years ago when we had that blackout. Okay, and all the traffic lights were out. Who did we have managing the traffic? We had volunteers, actually, at Evelyn. Or nobody. But we had volunteers. I remember people coming out in the middle of the street trying to direct traffic. There were no fatalities. That didn't seem to be a problem, right? Or we had no one. People knew that you stop and, you go through. And Councillor McConnell, you mentioned school patrol. I remember doing that in BC. I had a little sign saying stop and go, and and I think I was only about 8, 9 years old then, and I was monitoring traffic at a crosswalk. That's what we did. We didn't have police officers, and I don't even remember if we did have a police officer in Revelstoke, BC in those days. That was a long time ago. It's very costly for BIAs as well, and groups that are having special events. Every year when we plan Canada Day or the BIAs, they want to close off a street, or they want to have an event in the park and they have a beer garden, for example. It costs them a fortune to have, because they need to have pay duty if you have a beer garden, or they won't give you the license. And half the time, the BIAs, you can't afford it, so they just cancel it. So it has been a burden on special events, and BIAs throughout the city. But I'm just very frustrated that we have not asked the province to amend legislation when it was a big issue with the Auditor General, when he wrote the report, when he appeared at the Police Services Board and brought forward his recommendations during budget. And here we are still, but I'm happy with the recommendations. I just hope that, you know, the province doesn't sit, you know, they don't sit on it for years, because then we're going to be back to where we started. So any amendments that are brought forward by members of the committee to maybe expedite this process, or bring forward some of the questions that were asked this morning on the BC model, that it would, you know, maybe it might help us as well. So those are it for my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else from not members of the committee here to speak? Okay, then I have two speakers so far on my list from the committee itself, Councillor Jay Robinson and Councillor David Shiner. So, Councillor Robinson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do have a motion I'd like to put before the committee, which I just drafted over lunch, and I'm open to amendments or additions to this. I want to start by thanking all my colleagues, because it sounds to me that a lot of you have been working on this for many years. And so thank you to you for that. This motion, the concept behind it is to try to fast track this process. Councillor Nunziata just referenced expediting. And I think clearly, given the sense around the table, there's a bit of frustration that this is a very important motion, in that while we're seeking approval, that we create a parallel effort to start to get this underway by having staff doing the appropriate consultation, which they've done a bit of, as we see in the report, but also to start looking at an implementation plan so that we can proceed with this as quickly as possible, versus waiting for the legislation to be modified, changed, adapted, and then starting the work on an implementation plan. So what I'm asking committee today, executive committee, is just to support this parallel process so that we can fast track this, given the historical evidence of this not getting traction for many, many years. I would just like to speak to it very quickly, because I think the comments and, well, the questions and the speeches so far have been really comprehensive. And so I will be very brief, except to say that I'm very happy to see this report before us, this recommendation to ask to amend the Highway Traffic Act. It's something I know, and I think many of you have wanted to see for many, many years. And there's no doubt our police are highly trained, they're qualified individuals who do very important work in our city. But in my mind, police power should not be a requirement for directing traffic. So with the appropriate training and other personnel, special constables, like in the Vancouver model, for example, we can do the same work in a much more cost-effective way. And if you don't know this, Vancouver implemented this in 1999. And my understanding is the starting hourly rate for these constables is $22 an hour. And my understanding also is that this system has been a real success. These are highly trained, responsible, diligent individuals, and people truly respect their authority. And I think a number of us have seen this in other cities, small and large, where this has been already taking place for many, many years, if not decades. So we also have seen this on the TTC. University of Toronto have implemented this. So if Vancouver can do it, why can't we? So I have a number of concerns of what we've heard today. Clearly the span of control. The ratio of 3 officers to 1 supervisor, I think, is very taxing for festival and event producers in this city. And I think this affects our competitive edge in the city by not addressing this. I think would be much better for tourism and economic development, and we've got our chair right here, and I'm sure he would agree, for festivals, events, parades, for marathons, which all animate our city and make our city really a great place to live, work, and play. This has a major, major impact on them. Not just our internal operations of water work, which we have to do when we have to do water main work, transportation services when they have to do construction or right-of-way work, and of course economic development, who facilitate major events throughout our city when there's road closures involved. And you can see when you start adding up these figures of $68 per hour, plus 15% administration fee, plus the fact that you have to have them for a 3-hour call. Coupled with that, if you have 3 of them, you have to then pay for 4 people, and the 4th person is a supervisor who gets paid $78.20 plus 15% administration fee per hour. It goes on and on and on. So if we really want to cut red tape and reduce impacts and costs to endeavors like the film industry and the music industry who make our city a great place, we have to get serious about this and move this issue forward immediately. Thanks very much.
Much, Councillor Robinson. We have Councillor Shiner next.
So, Mayor Tory, I think my questions before help me understand the fact that no one's really taken on this issue to try and rectify it for quite a long time. It's been ongoing. And as my colleague, Councillor Robinson, just put all the numbers together, which you lose, just for 3 hours to have someone on a site, it's over $1,200. That's the cost, which is a little ridiculous if you want to have a community event or anything else. And it's not just the cost to the city, it's the cost to businesses. It's the cost to BIAs, it's the cost to public groups or small groups that want to do anything that they may wish to do. And I respect very much our police officers, and if there's the need on them to be used for paid duty and come on site, that's great. But I can't even figure out who's controlling this, because I hear it's not the Police Services Board, it's not the police service, and it's not the union, but it's all of them. Because everyone is and everyone isn't controlling it, and that's wrong. And then the questions I ask, which we see everywhere, you go to any construction site in the city, and you don't see police officers standing out there. You see a person with a sign. I mean, if Councillor Nunziata could do it as a kid, I think that we have lots of people that are well qualified in the city that can hold a sign that says stop and go. And I think they can be out there to deal with the issues that may need to be dealt with in most areas. If there's construction on the side of the road, we ask for a police officer to be there, but I've gone to these sites where they stand there and watch. I don't really see them doing anything to manage the traffic that might be there that's caused by the construction that's on the site. And I see other jurisdictions right across the province that are dealing with this, and I don't have, which is what we asked for. We asked for a legal opinion that said, could we do this? Well, where's the legal opinion that says we can't do this? Who said we can't hire our own officers? If the legislation itself is vague, then it's vague for both parties. And if it's vague for both parties, we're not encumbered to do things that we're not required to do by legislation. So why are we doing it? Why are we making a festival or a music event or something else pay thousands and thousands of dollars to not only have officers on the side there on the site there, but to have supervisors that are nowhere nearby? What are they supervising? Have any of you ever seen at the events where there's 8 officers, 2 supervisors standing there, and if you did, you'd ask them what they were doing? So we have let this go on far, far too long. I'm trusting some of the motions that my colleagues are coming up with will help make some sense to this. But if we're not required to do it, we shouldn't be doing it. If there's situations where you might need a police officer there to deal with the situations because it is a real safety concern, so have them there. But if they're not going to be out in the middle of the street directing traffic, which almost never happens, because how many of you have gone by, please, anyone in the room that's gone by a construction site or a site where a police officer is and seen them take over the intersection to direct it? Show me. Put up your hands. Anybody? Has anybody in this room seen a police officer on a construction site do more than stand there and due respect to them just to make sure that that they've been called to the site to go there? But they don't direct the traffic. And in fact, when I've asked them to at sites, they say that's not their job. They weren't brought to the intersection to direct the traffic. So what are they there for? And why are we costing $20, $30 million a year in these additional fees to everyone for something that we all know is wrong? So I think the time has come to make some changes. I think the time has come to make sure that things are done right. I mean, I remember dealing with the police fleet. I'll just raise it quickly. Right after amalgamation, the terrible shape the fleet was in and how we had to give them we gave them $5 million and I think another $5 million to bring the fleet up to date because they had old vehicles. Now what do I hear? 25 vehicles are sitting there, extra vehicles, for paid duty. Insurance, maintenance, yards, when we know there's lots of vehicles around the city. The whole system of paid duty is wrong. The whole system has to be corrected, and the time to correct it is now. And I hope we'll be able to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I have 3 small motions to move. City Council requests the Toronto Police Service Board to report the total amount of paid duty charges to third parties working on behalf of the city annually from 2011 to 2015. City Council requests the Toronto Police Service Board to report the paid duty wage rate and how it compares to the rate of inflation from 2004 to 2015. And City Council requests the Auditor General to add a review of the Toronto Police Service's paid duty program to the 2015-2016 work program. I'm not going to echo everything that my colleagues have said, except that I agree with them. I think that when it comes to paid duty, there's a lot of issues that need to be dealt with. I would prefer if it just ended. One of the biggest complaints that I get about paid duty is anytime one of my community groups or associations wants to put an event on. The largest factor the component of their special event permit is paying for the paid duty. And there's been instances where the cost of the paid duty for, if it's a beer garden at an arts festival or some part of that, it's actually kept them from putting the event on. And as Councillor Shiner said, I've had my own environment day where I have a paid duty officer at the gate. I've had issues, or there's somebody been there protesting one year, and I said to the officer, you know, can you do something about that? And he's, well, I'm here to monitor your event. I'm not here to deal with people trespassing on public property. And I said, and I think, you know, if you look at the special event, you look at the amount of money that we pay into road construction, and, you know, for contractors, that they have to pay a paid duty officer, and that's coming back to us. And as I said earlier, a lot of our capital works projects in our capital budget, we're using bonds or monetizing over a 20 to 30 year payback period, and the paid duty all figures into that. That's our residents' tax dollars, and I think there's a much better way to do this, and I look forward to dealing with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion, and the motion is simply that that the MOU that we've been talking about, the one that is going to be, I guess, a version of the one that was in existence in 2011 that was not signed, and they couldn't agree on the verbiage, et cetera, et cetera. Chief's office, the former chief, did not seem interested in signing it, that be done, because unless that's done, obviously not much else is going to happen, even with changes to the provincial legislation, quite frankly, because one of the things that you learn about policing is that the wheels of policing moves rather slowly, although they're moving, but not sure what direction they're moving in and so on. There is another sort of multi-confusion component part of this, is that we're asking the board to do certain things. The police association will have to do certain things. The provincial government will have to do certain things. Council will have to do certain things. There's a number of different elements that have to be brought in. And unless they're all in line, nothing's going to happen. We see in Chicago, they have folks directing traffic. It gets done. We see in San Francisco, the folks directing traffic, it gets done. We just saw, Mr. Mayor, in Japan, we had gentlemen in suits directing traffic. In Chongqing, same thing. Major construction work, lots of traffic, lots of people moving, it's being done. In our society, where people generally follow the rules and are orderly, quite frankly, Councilor Nunziata alluded to the ice storm. People were, navigating the roadway and things happened. It's very, very challenging and interesting with respect to this issue. Because when we asked the question about how did this come about in the first place, it was a bunch of old guys sitting around saying, well, let the police have this, and some of them were police officers deciding on the rules, and let the association set the rates. Who's ever heard of such a macabre and crazy thing? Quite frankly, why would they want to do anything but what they do, which is protect their interests? So we have an obligation. We talk about it all the time. And by the way, I mean, another cute thing that the police do, I don't know if you see this, but the pay duty folks will actually close our roadway without a permit. They actually do that. If you drive on some of our roadways, they'll close a lane, and you may want to ask Mr. Buckley if they have a permit. And I know that most of them actually don't. So it's a real benefit to those who are bringing the pay duties in. They don't have the authority to do that. They do that anyways. So we seem to be walking on eggshells when it relates to dealing with the police. No one here in their right mind would want the police not to be doing their jobs. But as a civilian oversight and a municipal authority, we do have the ability to set forward policy and policy direction to help to guide how they actually provide the service that we want from them. And I know they have contracts, and we all agree to those. Those are what they are. But at the same time, I think that there is a onus on us as member of city government to be able to put forward a position to address this particular issue. This has gone on way, way, way too long. I almost think we actually need a concierge system, and I guess maybe that's what the city manager's office is, to really understand and we go through check the box to make sure everything gets done and ensure, quite frankly, the board does what they're supposed to do, association do what they're supposed to do, city council do what they're supposed to do, the province does what they're supposed to do, and then we come together and say, okay, here's what's going to happen. I actually don't even think you need peace officers or special constables to direct anything, quite frankly. We've seen in Vancouver when they're doing the Olympics, you had guys on major highways, major highways, who had no police training, weren't police officers, weren't special constable, weren't any of the sort. People stopped, buses stopped, transportation trucks stopped, and so on, and did what they needed to do. I'm not sure why it's so complex or sophisticated. We're making this into a really complex thing, because really, it's a bottom line, it's a second income, second salary for police officers. This is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. And many, many years ago, they all got together, and there was this effort to ensure that they would have this ability to make extra income. That's what it is. We need to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. We have Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad this report is here. It's been a long time coming. I can feel the frustration in the room. I think all of us are feeling that. Councillor Matlow, who was here briefly, but he has brought this up at Audit Committee endless times, over and over and over again. It's just probably the biggest broken record I've seen at City Hall dealing with this. And I remember former Councillor John Parker used to mention this repeatedly, how interesting it is, or how bizarre it is that we actually spend a fortune on having someone supervise a hole in the ground compared to the minimal amount we spend to have someone supervise our children, our most prized possession, walking to school. And I would argue the process to get a paid duty officer versus to get a crossing guard it's a hell of a lot harder to get someone to take care of our kids, walking them across the street to school. So something's wrong there, definitely wrong. And I would just say the bottom line is that I think we should be utilizing our knowledgeable and experienced police officers out doing more important things, bigger issues than traffic monitoring.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. That was all the speakers that I had. If there's no one else, I'd like to just say a word on this. I don't want to sound like I'm saying because I had the luxury or whatever of not being here, but I just think in the end when Councillor Thompson makes correct reference to the fact we've got a lot of cooks stirring this broth and have had for many years, and he used the word onus. And I think it's true. There's a lot of people involved in this, and why some of them are involved, one wonders in terms of how it was constructed that way. But in the end, and I said this to the media at lunchtime, I mean, in the end, the real onus lies with us, because while we don't directly, obviously, oversee the affairs of the Toronto Police Association or directly the Toronto Police Service, we have enough influence in enough of these areas, and we have enough what's the word I'm looking for, enough opportunity to espouse our views, a soapbox to stand on as advocates, that, you know, if we want to get something done, it's our own initiative that's going to make that happen. And to me, I mean, I look at this record like, and it's funny, I sort of hadn't really related my comments earlier this morning about frustration at the passage of time, but this one's a winner even more so than the proposed timetable for the social procurement. You have legal opinions going back 10 years. You have memoranda of understanding drafted up and ready for signature and authorized for signature by the City Council of the City of Toronto, not signed. 5 years later. I mean, I was thinking to myself, what if you told your kids to clean up the room and they said, well, I'll try and get to that in 2 years? Or what if, you know, at work, any other area of work, you know, the boss said, I need that report, and they said, well, I'll try and have that to you in 18 months. I mean, it's just, I don't know how this happens here. And so I think now what we have to do is you know, ultimately conclude we're in charge of most of this. You know, so the destiny of this will mostly lie in our hands, and I think this report represents a good start. I think that we have to sort of keep on with the practical changes. Mr. Buckley reported to us this morning that, I guess on his own initiative at the request of council, he took steps that actually allowed him to cut, in the case of the public expenditure, in half. And good for him. He's doing exactly what he should do as a good public servant, and I think we should be making sure that happens. And then in the end, isn't our responsibility ultimately to provide people with choice? So there will be instances, I'm sure, where people want to have going forward a paid police officer to come for whatever reason, it's related to safety or whatever it is. But right now, they don't really have a choice. And it comes back to other areas we faced in this very term of City Council, where when you have a monopoly, and people who have a monopoly, it's bad for, you know, the people who are the customers. And it's not even good for the people who have the monopoly, because they become sort of set in their ways at doing things a certain way and just think that they can sort of carry on. So I wrote the letter to the Premier, and she was, I will say, very responsive to the notion of changing the law. In that case, we were talking about it more from a budgetary perspective for the police themselves, so we didn't have them monitoring left turns, when in fact they should be out investigating events that are happening on the Danforth or elsewhere in the city. So that was the motivation, but it was also to say, look, we've got to create choice here. So we and businesses and others have a choice of what kind of person they can employ to do what kind of duty. And, you know, in the end, Councillor Thompson is right about processes moving slow, including ours, but we are the ones that can't drag our feet anymore. Because I think there's been some foot dragging on our part in not saying, for example, on a memorandum of understanding, it's 5 years, it's 2 years, it's 1 year, it's 3 years. Here we are now, it's 5 years. So his motion I support. Get on with it. Let's sign it. And let's move this forward and bring about some real reform here. Our job is to represent the public interest in creating choice, in creating efficiency, in creating, yes, safety in a proper, competent manner, but choice. And we don't owe an obligation to anybody except the public in all of this. So on that note, and if there's no one else that wants to speak, I think we're ready to deal with the amendments we have here, of which there are 4. Let's put the first one up from Councillor Robinson. Sure, of course. I'm happy to do that, yeah.
On motion 1 by Councillor Robinson, all those in favour? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The amendment carries unanimously.
We move to 2A, which is the motion by Councillor Ainsley, which is up on the first of his motions up on the screen. Yeah, they wanted recorded votes on all of them, yeah.
On motion 2A by Councillor Ainsley, all those in favour? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Motion 2A carries unanimously.
2B, also from Councillor Ainsley, now on the screen in front of you.
Just a call, it's been amended slightly to request the Police Services Board.
Okay, this one has been amended just to draw to your attention to say it's a request of the Police Services Board to ask the Auditor General to add the review.
On motion 2B by Councillor Ainsley, all those in favour? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. The amendment 2B, carries unanimously.
Finally, motion 3 from Councillor Thompson.
On the amendment by Councillor Thompson, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Motion 3 carries unanimously.
And will we have a recorded vote then on the item as amended? All right, item as amended, a recording vote, Madam Clerk, if you would. Sorry. Are you feeling left out in some way or other? Okay, well.
I mean, I was always at the end of the list at school.
Madam Clerk?
On the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
And I will just nominate from the chair, Councillor Nunziata, to be in charge of this new group of people, because given her experience, of course, but also there isn't a person who would deny her authority to make almost anything happen if she was... All right. Thank you all very much for that. That would then bring us to 14.3. And we have a deputation. We have several on the McNichol Bus Garage Costing Review. And the first deputant listed is Patricia Sinclair.
Patricia Sinclair is with some clients now and cannot come to the meeting. However, she has written a letter to all of you on March the 3rd for
Could
the
you do us a favor and just, ma'am?
March the 6th for the March the 9th meeting.
That's great. Could you just introduce yourself so we can make sure we have a record of that? Because you're here on behalf of
I'm
Ms.
Karen
Sinclair.
Fung, I'm the next speaker.
Oh, okay. So are you just doing her presentation and then yours?
Yeah, I will read her letter to you.
Okay,
in
fair
her
enough.
absence.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So since this item was withdrawn in the last meeting, so the letter may be a little bit out of date. Dear Mayor Tory and councillors, the placeholder report submitted by the city manager, Peter Wallace, unfortunately prevents us from making more informed comments. However, we would like to reiterate that this costing review must include an analysis of the cost of the negative impact to the sensitive land uses already in place, the lost opportunity cost because of the proposed bus garage is a deterrent to future growth and development. The increased operational cost to TTC of building such a facility in the wrong location. We would like to stress that building this facility within the McNichol Senior Corridor, where over 100,000 seniors live, work, and play annually, makes a shame of the Toronto senior strategy. Our report of July 21st, 2014 is still valid and is attached along with the McNichol Senior Corridor chart. The Executive Council should be reminded that there are appeals pending at the OMB, case PL140860, and have yet to be spoken of. Regards, Patricia Sinclair. Okay, let me get a cup of water.
I wasn't planning on that, but I could do that.
Okay, this is my presentation. Hello, Mayor Tory and councilors. I'm Dr. Karen Fung and a retired professor. I live in a senior building at the corner of Kennedy and Manico, and my husband lives next door in the long-term care. The budget for the TTC Manico Bus Garage is $181 million. I have two questions. How much have they spent already? Secondly, TTC has only $80 million for this project. Is the city going to foot the rest of the bill, no matter how high it goes? It is important to note that the garage has to be totally redesigned now. The comments given by the Design Review Committee earlier this year is, I will quote, "The panel members were unanimous in their concern for the negative impacts of the project on the adjacent seniors' long-term care facility and public streets, and advised significant improvement." To let you get a feel of how close the garage is to the long-term care facility, I took a few pictures so that you can see for yourself. The grassland is where the TTC garage is, and the new road Milliken is right below the window. Let me go through a few details of the panel's recommendation. Because of the vehicle noise and air quality, the panel asked TTC to consider alternate access from Kennedy Road or from Manico Avenue at the future rail underpass. This will be a total design change. In terms of architecture, change from a one-story building to a two-story pavilion with office and employee parking on the second floor. For landscape, they have to increase much more green space. Recommend using permeable pavers versus asphalt to improve the visual impact and stormwater retention. The noise wall may not work and may even reflect noise on roadways. They have to revise the location and treatment of the black wall. They also concerned about the greenery growing slowly. So in summary, the panel asked TTC to give the design building teams the opportunity to redesign in a fabulous way. Look that all these are significant changes. How much more will it cost? In addition, there are zoning changes needed. Do you know that the maintenance and washing of buses is not allowed with the present zoning bylaw for this piece of land? And once it's finished, if the design is finished, they need to be re-evaluated by MOECC on air and noise again. Perhaps they will suggest more changes. So how much more money is needed? Must be a lot greater than $181 million. So the conclusion is this is just not the right place for a bus garage. Why don't they move east to industrial lands available on Manico and Markham Road? It's closer to the Scarborough Town Center and the UT campus where buses are needed. For the current piece of land, this is a perfect place to build the TTC administrative building with shops, supermarket, and restaurants on the lower levels and underground parking below. They can collect a lot of rental income. In addition, they can sell the existing piece of land on Kennedy to recoup some of the cost. Otherwise, with so many unfinished projects, should the city allow TTC to keep spending our money like this? That's it.
Well, thank you very much. So normally now we would ask if there are any questions, and we have Councillor McMahon who has a question of you, if you would.
Thank you very much for coming down and sharing your thoughts. So is your chief concern, are you concerned about the money that
Well, this
TTC
is the
will
budget.
spend, or-
I'm
sorry,
supposed
sorry. Can I just finish the question? Thanks. So if you're just wondering what your main concern is it the money that TTC will spend, or is it the fact that the TTC is going to put in a bus maintenance facility there?
We are opposed to having a bus garage in that area. This is like putting a lion in among sheep in the zoo. All these are senior living, and you're putting a bus garage with air pollution, noise pollution every day. And these are seniors that cannot go anywhere. They're in the long-term care.
And this is zoned industrial lands, though, right? Did you need specific permission?
But this is, the long-term care is a sensitive area.
And it needed special permission to
Yes.
get
No.
into the industrial area, is my understanding.
You have to have sensitivity to the people around the garage, okay?
Okay, thanks.
And there's air pollution and noise pollution 24 hours a day. The buses will run all the time. But this is the budget committee. That's why I emphasize on the budget.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Any other questions of this deputant? I will thank you very much for both reading the letter from Ms. Sinclair and for your own deputation, Dr. Fung. I appreciate that very much. Lisa Chan is next. Ms. Chan. Welcome and thank you for your patience.
Thank
you. You have 5 minutes.
Great, okay. Let me get going. Now, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'm Dr. Lisa Chan, voicing for the people in the affected community, seniors and families, in particular, residents in the nursing home who are affected detrimentally 24/7 with no way to escape. Now, in a chessboard game, when the player put and move the chess, it's a planned, calculated, strategic move. To succeed, the move has to change to circumstances if and when the player finds that it is a wrong move. It could be won by others. It could be yourself, the player's realization. An inaccurate assessment, a wrong placement, and a wrong move, and stubbornness cost huge. There is no debate that Toronto needs a bus garage. Bus garage is a chess TTC holds. Where TTC put the location is critical and has to be examined under the microscope with a global view, integrated with the city's transit network mapping, which is moving the transit to the east of Scarborough. Now, OMSF is in the right location, so the cost is less, and it flares out well, ethically, humanly, and boosts the city's reputation. The Maneko Bus Garage is not. It costs financially, humanly, ethically, reputation-wise. Because the garage is in the wrong location, it is a wrong move, and seemingly there's some stubbornness. Any comparison, as you would agree, should be apples to apples for an accurate view and with no distortions. Your colleague says it well. Good business practice provides dignity to people and generate economic benefit. It should be a win-win situation. And this is not the case in the planned Maneko Garage. Don't insist on the wrong location and continue with the wrong path when the affected community since 2014 for over 2 years exclaim and flag you that TTC should not place the garage in a well-established, predominantly seniors community designated as CCAC as a high-risk senior service area. Don't put a garage with immediate adjacent neighbors, smart track on one side, and the other side is a nursing home. Don't put down the motion for TTC to explore other suitable land, and that is being, the motion that is being put forth by your colleagues in the Planning and Growth Management Committee in August 2014. Don't turn a deaf ear to the damaging effect on particularly the vulnerable population. I have written a letter telling you about the testimony that Lisa Jackson, EPA administrator, in 2011 testified before the U.S. Congress saying that particulate matter is directly causal to dying sooner than you should. If we could reduce particulate matter to levels that that are healthy, we should have an identical impact to finding a cure for cancer. And also in 2015, there's a mega study by Harvard School of Public Health. Review below government guideline is still dangerous for long-term and short-term exposure of pollutants such as PM 2.5, which is fuel exhaust related. Why risk your and the city's reputation to the wrong choice of a garage location when the council embraces unanimously the Toronto Senior Strategy, the Blue Dot Red Declaration, that is the Environmental Bill of Right for Toronto? In my humble opinion, it takes microscopic, deeper reflection from the council to stand firm on not everything legal is right, not everything legal is ethical. When and if the council continues to allow TTC to move on, in my humble opinion, a wrong location, a wrong move, this is not good business. It is not only costing financially to build and to maintain, it costs humanly, ethically, and a good reputation that this council worked so hard to build. There are other lands in the city that would serve that will save the city money, boost the city's image, generate revenue, and that requires creativity. Last sentence.
All right.
Flexibility.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Interrupt you there, but we have a time limit we have to close. Are there any questions? I thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Chan.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sanson Yee. Thank you, sir, for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, but just give me 1 minute. I put the ready.
That's fine. Okay, have you got a laptop or something to?
Not a laptop. It's just a little sketch.
Okay.
I talked to the technician. He said it can be projected because actually I got everything here, but unfortunately, yeah, hopefully you can see it, Councillor, and you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the Councillor and ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to talk about the project costs. For transferring costs within governments, maybe I have to introduce myself first. I work as a project manager. I retired as a project manager after 30 years working on projects. And also now I'm professor. That everybody, if running a project, he should know whenever the design changes, the project delaying costs money. And the contractor are making money by design changes or before implementation or even after implementation. So the original main purpose to open up the extend the American Boulevard from the north at still east to the south at the Finch east actually is try to dilute or to reduce the congestion of traffic on Kennedy Road from Steele to Finch. Unfortunately, it is because the wrong location of the TCC administration office and garage at the wrong Great Junction, McNichol, and Kennedy. I don't know how the road department had been convinced by the TTC design team to change the junction at the McNichol and Milwaukee Boulevard. It must be the department between two of them. And normally, when you run a project, it's very common, even I work for the federal government, transferring costs of project is very common, because one department over the budget a little bit doesn't matter. So he can transfer that one to another project. So this is a typical example for the road department and the TTC design team. You know what they do? They put the cart before the horse, because they complete the road already at the junction, as what Dr. Fong and Dr. Lisa Chen. It's so close to the long-term care home there. And you know what? Look at the drawing I put up there. Can you see the zebra, the crosswalk supposed at the top there? And then they move down by 10 feet down here. Just try to accommodate and cut the corner so the huge bus can run on the sidewalk, practically. It's not just pretend, because the bus take a lot of space to turn. So can you see the road department did not comply with the specification or plan? I don't know anybody here from the road department or not. And if he is the one, he should really understand and know exactly what he did. Why you cut the corner so close to the long-term care home? I can tell you it's less than 10 feet. If you are sleeping at the corner there, the bus are running in the morning from 4 o'clock and coming into the, getting out from the garage and coming in maybe at 2 o'clock. Can you sleep? And that's the thing that I'm going. And also, that one thing you have to know, that another thing is, besides, if you look at the drawing, it will be very clear. And the sidewalk supposed to be on the top there, straight. But he's saved by 10 feet down there. And the opening by the corner, normally on the street is only 10 feet for the handicapped people to run from one way to other. But now, you know how many feet they open? It's 40 to 45 feet, really exceeding the limit. I haven't seen any major road have such an opening. And this is a internal local street, very narrow. And the second thing,
We're just nearing the end of your time, sir, so you just got
just give
30
me one
seconds
more
left.
second.
30 seconds.
And secondly, it's 4-lane narrow roads. They convert into 3 lanes and make the middle one as the buffer zone, in the yellow zone. So that means the huge bus can take advantage of the middle road, so to run across there. So this is completely not according to project plan and specification for roads, because I'm a project manager for 30 years. I know how it is. In conclusion, any project, if you are going to redesign, if you are going to delay the project, it will cost skyrocketing. Now the project, because of the redesign by the review committee last March, I think last March or what, I forgot the day. It's 3 months the road department haven't made 1 foot move.
Okay, we're going to have to stop you there, sir, with thanks for your presentation, because it seemed to be carrying on up to the 6-minute mark, so we'll thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, I know that you didn't finish your presentation, so allow me to give you some time to do that. Well,
You're here.
Sir, no, let me ask this. Sir, is there anything else that you forgot to add?
Can you give me 1 more minute? I tried to just read it through.
I gave him an extra minute, actually, Councillor Karygiannis. That's
the
fine.
chairman-
He's asked you a
the
question, so
chairman
why don't you take another minute and answer his question, and then we'll move on from there.
All right, sir. What's your question? I'm sorry.
He asked you if you had anything more you wish to add, because your time was up. So you get some extra time. If there's something more you want to say, please do.
All right. This TTC and the city road department has cut and demolished all the green trees along the side of the long-term care home. There's no more barrier to reduce the noise and pollution. The original argument and data on the TTC environmental study report submitted to the city and the province authority for approval are no longer valid, true, and accurate. They have to completely review because it's not so close to a long-term care home. And that's another thing I have to mention. The TTC parcel of land costs a lot of money to the city because it's a revenue employment generating area. It's not put a white elephant at the middle of the dense population area. So how much this revenue loss to the city? That's my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for being here today and for your time.
Yeah, before I go, the cost of transfer, you mentioned about the police. I think most of councillors forget one thing. To protect and to serve is the Toronto police. So I heard that they said that because the policemen direct the traffic, and if it is for the benefit for the construction company, that's the transfer cost. If it is not to his duty, it should be commended.
Okay, thank you, sir, very much. Richard Leung, Scarborough Chinese Baptist Church.
Right. Mr. Mayor, councillors, I'm Richard Leung, representing Scarborough Chinese Baptist Church, SCBC in short. I would like to raise a few things in here in relating to the costing or construction costing of the Manico Bus Garage. First of all, is not only that the church is the immediate neighbor to the Manico Bus Garage, but also we are very concerned corporate citizen as to the costing process and the budget level of the project. First, we understand that the project itself has selected the York Region Operations, Maintenance and Storage Facility, in short the OMSF, as a comparison for costing with the Manico Bus project. Now for the OMSF, we know that the initial budget in 2012 was only 85 million. But it has gradually, revised after several gyrations. The budget was expanded a lot. Actually, as of the end of 2015, the money spent was 135 million already. Now that represents 85% increase from the initial budget. Now as for the Manico Bus Garage project, the initial budget was 181 million as approved in 2014, and also in the TDC's recommended capital budget in 2015. Now that, again, is the initial budget. How much would it balloon to after several gyrations? We don't know. But that certainly is an area that I'm urging the City Council to keep very vigilant watch over. Number two, contingency. In the comparison between the bus garage and also the OMSF contingency was 13%, as you have noticed in the report to you. And then for the Manico Bus Garage, they have selected 26% contingency. Yes, according to the industry best practice guideline that is provided by the Association for the Advancement of Cost Engineering, AACE, this suggests a project of the Manico Bus Garage size or whatever. They would allow a budget contingency between 10 to 30%. Now, but we are talking about 26% here. We are talking about almost the top ceiling of that allowance. So imagine a 4% miscalculation or whatever that happens to the budget itself would have upset the budget. It would have exceeded that confinement, your budget as well as the contingency. Number three, now I'm talking about major design changes in here. As you know, there have been numerous design changes according to the recommendations and mitigating measures suggested by the Board of Health and also by the City Council. Lately, as my colleague Dr. Fung has just mentioned here, the City of the Toronto Design Review Panel that held the meeting on January 14th. Now, they have highlighted that, well, actually they have expressed, first of all, a unanimous concern about the negative impacts of the project on the adjacent seniors' long-term care facility and public streets, and advised significant improvements. Now, what are these improvements? They're talking about architecture, animated uses, design build process, landscape, noise wall, vehicular noise, and air quality, not to mention others. So what can I draw a conclusion? I cannot draw any other conclusion, but the fact that the project, ultimately the budget will likely be overblown. Lastly, Mr. Andy Byford, that is the CEO of TTC, in a letter to you, councillors and the mayor, he has mentioned that they are using a control budget process called the design-build model. That probably is supposed to control the budget level to a very reasonable level. In this process, the TTC will hire a consulting firm, that is Stantec, to do both design as well as building. Now, this design-build project model, it has good things, but at the same time, it has a lot of disadvantages. The contractor is supposed to be making decisions on design issues as well as any issues related to cost. That means that the owner sometimes are deprived of the privilege to do that. Actually, a typical example, a classic example of how this build design project is not working is the Los Angeles Edward Roybal Learning Center.
If I could ask you to move to a conclusion, Mr. Leon.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
That is called the Belmont Learning Center. Actually, at the end of the day, it has contaminated soil that is surface, as well as significant delays, as well as massive cost overruns. So in short, what I'm suggesting to councillors is that despite all these assurances for the TDC, I'm asking you to take a good look of how this process works. And the bottom line is, because simply put, it is in the wrong location.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leung. Any questions of this deputant? Thank you, sir, very much for your time. The last deputant for today is Emily Daigle.
Please excuse me while I take a moment to set up,
No problem.
because this is not the most accessible, as you well know. I have a few simple concerns about the McNichol Bus Garage. Most of you know me as a TTC geek, being at commission meetings. I'd like to say hello to Andy Byford and the TTC staff, who I highly respect on an everyday basis. And very few people realize this, of how deeply knowledgeable and very deeply involved in accessibility Mr. Andy Byford really is. So he'll understand me. I personally have a few concerns about the McNichol Bus Garage. I've been in the area. I have friends that live in the area. And I bring their concerns with me as a TTC geek and as somebody with disabilities, both visual and physical, and as well as hearing. There are people in the area who live with disabilities. There are seniors, and there are people who don't get around nearly as much as I do. As you all know, I'm here a lot. I have three concerns I'd like to bring up. One, with concerns from people who live near other divisions and the traffic involved, especially Eglinton and Lebovic, and how there's no actual audible intersection there, as well as there's a bingo hall around there. The buses coming in out of that one is hard to deal with. The buses coming out of Mount Dennis are hard to deal with. The buses out of Birchmount, the noise levels of those three divisions, as well as Russell and Roncy streetcar. And Melbourne can be really noisy, Melbourne Division. You see a lot of buses coming in and out, and there's a lot of traffic at that corner with no audible intersection at Melbourne and Shepherd, which there should be. Anywhere around this McNichol bus garage, I want to see, and this is a challenge to you guys, an accessibility committee is meeting tomorrow. And I want to see audible intersections near this garage. I want to see the fact that the thought towards accessibility doesn't only mean for people in cars. The thought to accessibility is not only for right turns for the buses or left turns or priority signals and all of that. But the biggest concern for me and for residents in the area is accessibility, soundproofing. You can't totally soundproof a bus garage, we all know this. TTC has fought long and hard to find a spot, but every time they look into it, developers tend to find out, and landowners, and then the prices of the land go sky high because it's TTC in the city. So, yes, we need this garage, I admit. Yes, it's all cost out, the environmental stuff is done. But one big thing that has not been spoken about is the elephant in the room. Not only is this going to be a bus garage for a lot of the east end of buses, it's going to need to take the 62-foot buses, but it's also going to have to house operators, and there needs to be facilities for them, parking included. And this is a strange area where it's being put in where there's residential and industrial mixed. Yes, there are areas further east, but they're not big enough. We also have to deal with the issue that the McBrien building, the TTC headquarters, is way past its due to be replaced. So hopefully they'll put offices in the McNichol bus garage for some operations. But the biggest thing for me is something that a lot of you don't realize because you don't live with disabilities, either legally blind or in a wheelchair or both. And you don't live in an area where there's buses that are coming in and out of a garage all days, nights and days of the week, day and night. You have bus drivers who are dead tired rolling in or rolling out even. You've got people who just want to get home to their families after working a long day driving buses, who may not be thinking 1,000% on the road around them. They may be wanting to use their cell phone because while they're working, they can't have their cell phone anywhere near them. You guys are really lucky. You get to have your cell phones with you. You get to communicate with family. These people don't. So they could be in their cars communicating by a speakerphone to family. So they may not be totally observant. I'm not saying bus drivers aren't, because they're wonderful people. I have hundreds of friends, as you can tell from the coat on my wheelchair. But the thing I want to see, there must be audible signals, there must be accessibility stuff, and there must be the thought given to the surrounding community, especially to the elderly, who don't always look across the street when they're crossing, who don't always do this. Legally blind people, some of us like me look through tunnels. It's the way our eyes work. We have to do this. There needs to be safety mechanisms in place. That is as simple as it gets. We need to think about our community. TTC needs these garages. Guys, we've got garages like Queensway Division that should have been ripped down and rebuilt 20 years ago. We've got garages that are falling apart. And we need this.
I just ask you to come to a conclusion, Ms. Hagel. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm against it in one way, which is accessibility and safety. But I know it's needed, so I'm not going to be a NIMBYism. I just say safety and accessibility are number one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Thank you for your patience, Ms. Daigle, for being here with us today. All right, that would be the end of the deputations, and it would lead us then next to questions of staff by members not on the executive committee. Any questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Karygiannis.
I'm not sure, I'm going to be asking financial questions. I'm not sure if you want to go in camera.
Really, sorry, whether it's a matter of commercial sensitivity, these questions, I mean, if they're just about the expenditure of public money, but...
Okay, I'll endeavor. And if we need to go in camera. I want to thank the staff for coming today and taking the long process in all of this and the work that they have done. However, there's similar garage in Oakville, costed $45 million, and those figures were sent to TTC. And there was another garage in, I believe, in York Region, Vaughan, very similar to what you have coming up, and that's going to be something like, with the cost was about $125 million. I realize that you come up with the figure of $181 million, and this is through some contingency plans and all that stuff. I was wondering if you can justify these figures so I can justify them to my constituents that you're going to be building a garage that some people want and some people don't want. I mean, the fact that we're going to be building this garage, I think that's past. The decision was made back in 2005, and if we don't understand that, then I think that we are behind the switch. But let's make sure that at the end of the day that we don't have overruns like we had at the subway to Vaughan and other situations and other projects that the city undertakes. So how do we come at the 181? What contingency figures do you have in there? And is there a possibility that we overshoot the 181? Because I do have a bet with one of your staff, and I don't really want to lose it. Or I do want to lose it. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may begin. Councillor, as you know, and through your motion, you identified the Oakville bus garage as a possible comparator. We did look at that as a comparator, and as you see on page 4 of the report, there are many reasons why staff, city staff felt that it does not make a good comparator. It's sufficiently smaller, and there are other qualities and elements of the building that simply do not compare. We actually did look at the York Viva bus garage and identify it as an ideal comparator. And what we then did was, because it was completed in 2014, it was completed, their estimated costs for the completion of that project, all in, was $135 million. What we had to do was hire a consultant to help us compare the two projects from an apples-to-apples comparison. If you do require a cost estimate breakdown of both of the projects beyond the public numbers, the 181 or the 135, and the percentages that we have in the report, we would need to go in camera to break that down.
That's why I suggested you might want to go on camera, because there is a difference of about $50 million, and roughly speaking. And I think that people around this table must be satisfied that we're in safe hands and we're making the right decisions.
Yes, if you would like to break down the cost figures that we assessed as part of our comparison, then yes, we do need to break it down in camera, Mr. Mayor.
And why, just explain why we need to do that?
Two reasons, Mr. Mayor. One is the TTC is currently in an RFP process. They had a request for a pre-qualified. They're at the pre-qualified bidder stage. And if we broke down the cost estimates of the project, it would provide some proprietary level information about the project. Right. In addition, York Viva, we were able to get some high-level cost estimates from them about the project, but they asked us to sign a confidentiality arrangement for us to be able to do that.
No, that's certainly a reasonable explanation. So, look, you're asking the questions, and if you want to have that information.
I need to be able to say to my constituents that I am comfortable with the $51 million.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm satisfied your question is fair, and I'm satisfied with the reasons for the request to go on camera. So I think at some stage, whether it's right this minute or that we should do that. Did you want to say something, Councillor?
Move it on his behalf.
Moving, yes, I understand that. Yeah, so you're moving, we go on camera, and...
Let us get the motion up.
Beg pardon?
Consent to put the motion up.
Are there more public questions?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say we could do that. That's why I said at the appropriate time. Did you have any other public questions before?
Well, no, I don't. No, I just need to be able to go back to my constituents and say, look, I've seen the numbers, I'm satisfied, and if I'm to be held accountable, then I'm to be held accountable. But I do need that sense of comfort.
Okay. So what are we waiting for now then?
Yeah, I'll move, Mr. Mayor, that we go on camera to get the information.
Yeah.
I have public questions.
Yeah, well, I was just going to get these dealt with and have this explanation because it might then lead to, so I think we should just do it now and have Councillor Karygiannis have his questions answered. while he's at this, and then we'll move back to public questions. So I think what we'll do is there's a motion in front of you that we recess the public meeting and meet in closed session as the item, as you heard, pertains to the security of the property of the municipality or the board, the TTC. All those in favor of going in camera? Opposed? Carried. So we'll take a brief recess while we have people exit the room who unfortunately can't stay with us. And I don't know that will be too long, so I'm just saying to those of you who wish to come back, you can await All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume. And where we left off was we'd had questions from members outside of the committee. We'd had, I think, Councillors Nunziata and Karygiannis ask questions. So I think it's time to move to questions from those inside the committee itself. Who has questions? All right. Then we could move to speakers. Are there any speakers outside or inside the committee? All right, Councillor Menon Wong has moved the report. Are we ready for the question? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It's just it's to receive it, I think, isn't it? Yeah, all right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen from the TTC. Mind those pennies now. All right. That would bring us to item 14.4 was withdrawn. Item 14.5 was held by somebody, I think, wasn't it? Oh, yes, of course, we had a deputant. Is Mr. Glavick here? He left during in camera and never came back?
Well, he may come back, he just may not know.
All right, we'll give him, well, let's, I tell you what. we already, what was the next item we had to deal with after that?
After that, we're going to nuclear.
For, which one?
Nuclear, 14.9, which is a staff presentation. Do you want to just give it a minute and see if Miroslav?
Yeah, we just, yeah. Was he sitting here the whole time until we went in camera?
Yeah, he was the last person to leave when we went in camera, so he may have gone down.
What's that? So I don't want to wait too long because we could. Are the nuclear item people here?
Mr. Chair, I don't think he's here.
Well, he was here and then he left for the in-camera, so we're just concerned.
I see,
He
okay.
didn't come back yet, but I just don't want to sit here waiting. I'd rather deal with the nuclear matter. There's a presentation on that and also a deputation. Only one deputant. Yeah, is the deputant Sean Patrick Stencil here? Okay, well then let's get on with that item.
I think we should do the staff presentation first.
Okay. The staff presentation. Who is here from the staff to make a presentation? All right, could we, well, it was marked down here that somebody must have asked for it. How long is the presentation, sir? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, that's fine. Thank you. Let's do it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm Loretta Chandler. I'm the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, if I haven't had the chance to meet you. We have asked the province of Ontario, the government of Ontario, to help us with the staff presentation, given their preeminent role as the major custodians of the nuclear plant in Ontario. So we've invited Tom Contra, who's the Deputy Chief of the Office of Emergency Management, Office of Fire Marshal and Emergency Management, and that's with the Ministry of Community Safety and Correctional Services. And with him is Dave Nodwell, who's the Manager of Planning and Exercises. And they are part of our city team, and they will make the presentation, providing some information on the public consultation and the plans that are anticipated going forward. So I'll turn it over.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dave Nodwell with the Office of the Fire Marshal and Emergency Management. It's my pleasure to be here today to provide you with an update on the review and updating of the Provincial Nuclear Emergency Response Plan. A little bit of background on the plan first. The province has the legislated mandate, it's under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, to plan for a nuclear emergency and to take the lead in a potential nuclear emergency response. On the other hand, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission has the regulatory oversight over the and licensing powers over the nuclear facilities. So a key distinction, they're on-site, the province becomes off-site. Next slide, please. The planning basis on which the PNURP has been developed is based generally on a 10-kilometer primary zone. It's a nominal value, so given that we use streets to define what the primary zone is, many parts of the primary zone are in fact 12, 13, 14, even 15 kilometers from the nuclear power plant. Now, that doesn't mean that's where a response would potentially stop. The PNURP is inherently flexible, so if there was a requirement to go beyond that primary zone, the capability is certainly there. Most recently, a study conducted by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the CNSC Health Consequences Study, found the PNURP to be adequately conservative in light of a severe accident, comparable to the type of accident we saw at Fukushima. Similarly, the technology we're dealing with is essentially the same. However, there have been a lot of safety enhancements post-Fukushima that further reduce the probability of a severe accident occurring at one of these plants. Nonetheless, we are undertaking a review of the planning basis and the PNURP itself. We're in the process of that. The protective action and decision-making intervention level, so that's at the degree to which we would implement specific protective actions. For example, the administration of KI pills at a thyroid dose of 50 millisieverts. That's all determined by Health Canada in conjunction with international guidance from the International Atomic Energy Agency. So we rely on that expertise to determine those levels. We're looking at a number of reference accidents, and these are based on the federal regulator, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, on their licensing requirements and risk analysis. The CNSC is providing us with those severe accident scenarios on which we would be basing that plan. So the delineation of those planning zones, whether we go 10, 12, 15, whatever the distance happens to be on those planning zones, is determined based on those intervention levels from Health Canada and the reference accidents provided by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Both the planning basis as well as the overall PNURP review is designed to reflect post-Fukushima materials, report studies, standards that have been developed, for example, the Canadian Safety Association N1600 nuclear response standard. It will be geared to addressing severe accidents or beyond design basis accidents and multi-unit accidents. Similarly, we'd be looking at incorporating an additional contingency planning zone to provide for those very, very low probability accidents where we would need to go beyond the primary zone. So this is in fact an international recommendation and a recommendation based on the CSA N1600 standard. So the details of that can only be determined following the review of the severe accident analysis being provided by the CNSC, and that work is ongoing. Finally, For the first time in the history of the PNERP, we've committed to a full public review of both the draft plan and the planning basis, and that public review will be occurring in this calendar year. The commitment is to ensure that there is a fair, an objective, and an evidence-based process to deal with that public review. So any organization out there, any individual out there will have the opportunity to review the draft documents and provide comments to us, which will be dispositioned. I'd like to point out finally as well that Toronto is a very active participant at the table for all of the related discussions. Specifically, the Toronto Office of Emergency Management is very engaged and very involved with this whole process. So the City of Toronto can be assured they have very good representation at the table in this regard. So that's just a very brief overview on the PNERP, where we're planning to go with it this year, and we're certainly available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you all for that presentation. Are there questions of the presenters from members not on the Executive Committee? Questions from the members of the Executive Committee? Oh, sorry, you did have your hand up. Okay. Please, Councillor Perks.
Well, I would need a member of the committee to do this, but I'd prefer it if I could hear the deputations before I...
Oh, that's fine.
Staff?
No problem. We can do it all after the deputation. So if you could just excuse yourselves from the table and stand by, because we're going to have one deputation we have listed, and then we will perhaps have you back for questions. Thank you so much. And that will bring Mr. Stencil to the table. You have 5 minutes, and welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory, Executive Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. My name is Sean Patrick Stencil. I'm a Senior Energy Analyst with Greenpeace Canada. I'd like to thank you and the Office of Emergency Management staff for producing this report. I'm here today because the report's observations highlight a need for further scrutiny of this file by Executive Committee. I recommend Executive Committee either today or at a future point request additional information from staff on the nuclear emergency file. As you know, Executive Committee has a special role as guardians of public safety within the City of Toronto. You both formally oversee emergency management and unofficially advocate, I think as was mentioned by you, Mayor Tory earlier today, for better public safety with the federal and provincial governments. In recent years, the city has laudably investigated emergency response in relation to pipelines, rail safety, and erratic weather. You've advocated on behalf of Canadians in favor of increased public safety with both the provincial and federal governments. Thank you. In my December deputation to you, I encouraged you to support the request for this report as part of due diligence or your duty of care as Executive Committee to the people of Toronto. Due diligence is important. For one, it helps prevent complacency. The Office of Emergency Management's report highlights several significant weaknesses in the province's current nuclear emergency response plans. First, it acknowledges that the province's current nuclear response plans do not consider or contemplate a Fukushima-scale accident. That needs to be remedied. Second, OEM notes that they could not find any evidence to support limiting the distribution of potassium iodine pills to the 10-kilometer area. Otherwise put, staff can't explain, based on evidence, why current emergency response procedures are what they are. This highlights a credibility problem. In response, staff have commendably stated that the city's support for evidence-based decision-making and transparency related to nuclear emergency planning. But staff also note they will need to wait until the province, who we just heard, publicly releases information on accident consequences before it makes formal positions on the adequacy of emergency response. According to the report, the province will hold a long-awaited consultation, it is 5 years after Fukushima, on modernizing nuclear emergency response this year. It says Q2, but we didn't hear a date in the previous presentation. At this time, when information is available, staff say they'll then make recommendations to the province on behalf of the city. This is a good and normal thing. So here's my recommendation. This would be an appropriate time for Executive Committee to be apprised of the findings and evidence released by the province. We don't have that in front of us today. And given the Office of Emergency Management's recommendations to the province will be a de facto city policy, this is also an appropriate time for Executive Committee to review and contribute to those recommendations. To me, this seems in line with the intent of the motion that led to the report you have before you today. And we'll finally have the information on the table to assess emergency response. It would also allow you as Executive Committee to carry out your responsibility to oversee emergency management and to advocate for better public safety. And finally, changes to nuclear emergency response could be significant in light of Fukushima. Designing emergency plans for such emergencies as Fukushima will affect larger areas of the city. That means more city resources and more citizens to communicate with. Last week, I received correspondence between Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission staff through access to information indicating the province plans an expanded 20-kilometer emergency planning zone. This was just mentioned by provincial staff. It's the first time I've heard it publicly. Although evidence supporting this proposal has yet to be released, such a planning zone would be more aligned with real-world experience and best practices. Such an initiative should be supported. That said, an expanded zone would encompass all of Scarborough. Councillors Ansley, Holland, Thompson, and Crawford, this would affect your constituents. So back to due diligence.
Ask you to conclude.
Changes of this scale should be reviewed by Executive Committee to ensure good implementation, including financial compensation from the province, for one. What's more, the city also has an important role in communicating these changes to Torontonians. This also deserves attention. So in conclusion, I recommend Executive Committee request additional information from staff once the provincial consultation has begun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant from members not on the committee? Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Stencil, you made reference to findings that we don't have access to. Can you tell me what those are? Like what, just the topic?
Well, the province, it's been 5 years since the Fukushima disaster, yes. And they've been reviewing behind closed doors emergency response for that time. Greenpeace and other organizations have asked for this public review. We did so 3 years ago and haven't heard from the province since then. What I am aware of is there is a draft consultation paper on changes to these plans that has already been circulated, already shared with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, probably already shared with staff, that is making recommendations. This is the information.
Can I stop you? Recommendations on how to do the consultation, or recommendations on how to change the actual emergency plan?
On how to actually change the emergency plan. So before going public, there's been a drafting of changes that has been done in consultation, frankly, with Ontario Power Generation and Bruce Power, but the public hasn't been involved in that discussion.
Okay. You said that the city should turn their mind to the question of financial compensation. Is that compensation to the city for having to undertake the work in the event of an emergency, or what were you talking about there?
Well, just if you look at the City of Toronto's books, OPG every year gives the city money for maintaining nuclear emergency response. It's a polluter pays principle.
Yes.
And if you're going to expand emergency response out to 20 kilometers, for example, that's going to cost money. Both in terms of equipment, but also staff, and that should be looked at because the bill should be sent somewhere else. It shouldn't stop us from expanding these things, but the right people should be paying for it.
Okay. You mentioned also that there's some conversation about expanding the zone to 20 kilometers based on evidence. Could you tell me some more about that? What's the evidence? What's going on there?
All I have is through an access to information document I got last week. Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission staff were talking about this expanded zone last December. So that was actually before this report was put forward.
Talking internally or sharing?
Talking internally with the province about expanding the zone. We don't have that information. And as staff say in the report, right now they weren't able to find any publicly accessible information on why the zones are what they are right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Thank you, Mr. Stencil. Any other? Councillor Michael Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. You were saying, sir, that we should be requesting additional information from the province. Can you just help me through that in terms of what additional information?
Well, as was just laid out by the province, they're going to be holding, for the first time ever, a public consultation, an open one, on modernizing nuclear emergency plans. We've been told this consultation has been coming for a long time. In the report, it says Q2. That's frankly right now, and I haven't heard mention from the provincial staff here when that would be, so it's an ongoing question. But when that consultation opens up, what was outlined in staff's report, which was very useful, is they said at that point the province will finally be publishing evidence that basically justifies why you have what protective measure where. That's how you do evidence-based decision-making. And a big frustration of mine, I've been intervening on this file since 2011 when the Fukushima disaster had, is when you ask the province, like, what are the justifications for these measures, you can't get it out of them. So when that information is finally published, I think that is the appropriate time for this committee, charged with its role on emergency response, to both be apprised of those findings, but also look at what staff are recommending and contribute to it. It all doesn't have to be technical issues. For example, the city could say, you know, we've heard that there's been a problem with consultation this time around. We want that amended into legislation so that it's normal going forward. And that could be done and should be done, I believe, by this committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in. The report before us is very sparse when it comes to the federal role in these kinds of situations. What's your opinion of the federal role when it comes to emergency response, compensation, and who takes the lead in a crisis like this?
That's a very good question. As I think was outlined by Mr. Nowdwell from the Ministry of Community Safety, the way it's supposed to work is the federal government is responsible for on-site nuclear safety, and the other side of the fence, it's the province. And what we saw post-Fukushima is the CNSC did carry out reviews of nuclear safety, but it was limited at the fence line. And it's the province that has been lagging on assuming that responsibility. So that's why it's good that we're having discussions like this. There is, though, and I have seen this in correspondence between federal agencies, a lot of confusions about those roles. When they do nuclear exercises, one of the findings is the CNSC sometimes tries to take the lead, and the Ministry of Community Safety is actually legally taking the lead. In the United States, the federal government actually has the legal ability to audit state-level emergency plans. We don't have that in Canada. The provincial government is left to itself. That could be something that could be in the longer term an improvement to that relationship, but right now there is a bit of vagueness. So the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission is responsible for on-site, the province is off-site, and it's been 5 years and we haven't had that review of off-site. If that makes sense.
So when it comes to communication on the ground to alert the general public on what actions to take, I'm reminded of the propane explosion, which affected Ward 10 and Ward 9. An hour and a half after the explosion, police and fire services had still not come on the air to say what it was and what the public should do. As a matter of fact, radio hosts were speculating it was a hotel on fire or a gas station. And that communication piece is extremely important because the last thing we want is panic or people making the wrong decisions. Do you see a coordinated response here?
I think it still has there's a lot of work that remains to be done on that file. And frankly, technology is changing really quickly. You know, with social media now, we should be looking at way different ways of communicating with the public. And the province's current plans still date from 2009. and I don't think have kept up with that. And the same goes federally. One of the biggest lessons from the 3 Mile Island disaster, to take a step back, related to communication, is they only had one phone line in the control room of the 3 Mile Island reactor. And when the federal regulator had to try to understand what was going on the ground, they couldn't reach them because everyone was calling home to their wives saying, "I'm not going to be home, honey." I learned, again, through ATI that the province, or not the province, the federal government, despite that being 30 years ago, has just realized that it has no ability to communicate with nuclear operators in such a way, and they're just making those amendments now. So there's, I think, a lot of work to do, and this goes back to my main point. Due diligence and scrutiny is good on this file. Accidents happen, you know, Fukushima was 5 years ago, Chernobyl was 25 years ago, and when you have these long pauses between events, it leads to people just kind of thinking it's going to go away. So the role of this committee can kind of be a watchdog on that, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Other questions of the deputant? Okay, are there any questions of the presenters? Because they were kind enough to stay here and remain behind. Any questions of the presenters? Councillor Ainsley, presenters or the deputant?
Sorry, I'm just trying to, for clarification, about the city's emergency plan?
That's, I guess that would be to bring the presenters back up, not Mr. Stencil. Thank you, Mr. Stencil, very much.
Sorry.
Right, so on page 6 of the report where it talks about the city's nuclear emergency response must, and then there's a whole list of points. How do you get that out to people that live east of Morningside Avenue, for example?
Just so I understand the question, Councillor, you're asking how does the local residents, how are they communicated to during?
So it says here, this, on page 6 of the report, it says the city's nuclear emergency response must also, and then it lists 10 points of things that we're supposed to cover in our nuclear emergency response plan. So, for example, how do residents know about this?
So if there was a need for the Provincial Emergency Operations Center to give us direction, the city's operations center would open, and taking direction from these, in terms of communications and the advice of the Chief Medical Officer of Health about the distribution of KI, the city would then implement the strategies that we are being advised to do to protect the citizens in the east of Morningside. Just
Okay.
to use an example.
So for example, in the middle here, it says evacuate residents from the primary zone. How do they know they need to be evacuated? Or, so if I know people that live east of Morningside, like I was speaking with one person, and they said when they moved into their house in 1997, they got like an evacuation map. This is what you have to do if there's a problem at Pickering. And that was in 1997, it's 2016. They got their pills in the mail, and they called me right away and said, is there a problem at Pickering? Where are we getting these pills?
So as with any emergency, the city would communicate to the residents through a multitude of channels because it's an emergency, and we would be using social media, print media, and strategic communications is very much embedded in the operations center. So we would be putting out any information that the public needs on all channels based on the direction of the province, so that we would then be implementing the evacuation plan. So you would see local police and local responders assisting with that tactical evacuation. So this planning is in place. We've just never had to implement it for this particular scenario.
But how would people know where to go? Like if I'm on the 401, if I drive southwestern Ontario on the 401, there's signs that say evacuation route
To York?
this way. Residents in my area, if there was a meltdown in Pickering at 3 o'clock in the morning, most people aren't going to answer their telephone. Maybe they're dead and won't have to answer the telephone if it auto dials out. But how do they know they need to be evacuated out?
Do you want to jump in?
Thank you. Tom Contra, for the record, from the Office of the Fire Marshal and Emergency Management. I think an important facet of the answer to your question is the National Public Alerting System, which very recently has created quite a fiasco in Toronto with its use of the Amber Alert. So that's a system that now allows everything, including a crawler on your TV and various detailed offshoots of direction through all media, as indicated by Ms. Chandler. That, in fact, happens from the provincial level within the first half hour of an incident being notified to the province. And that is the direction that she is referring to. Our contact with Toronto Emergency Management is that quick. We are responding to an event identified by a facility within 15 minutes so that we get our response out within 15 minutes. So half an hour after a problem is noticed, there is a response.
So just to paraphrase what you just said, so I'm asking how my residents would get evacuated, because I'm in Ward 43, my ward's south of the 401, west of Morningside. So you're saying that my residents would rely on the Amber Alert system that you just referred to as a fiasco to get out of their homes?
No.
Unless I heard that wrong.
Well, I'm speaking of the National Public Alerting System, which is to be used on all media that CRTC licenses. And the poor choice of words on my part was the reaction of people whose programs were interrupted by an Amber Alert message on that same system. So it means that the system is recognized by people immediately when the message comes out. So the system is not a fiasco. The system is immediate, and it is functioning.
Sorry, is dysfunctional?
It is functioning.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory, I think.
Any other, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I came to this thinking that we're organized. I'm now of the view that I'm confused as to whether or not we really are organized. So I guess my question to you, to the panel, first of all, to our city staff, and your name again?
Loretta Chandler.
Chandler. And I think we went briefly with the FCM matter. And I trust you, by the way, just want to let you know. So are you actually working intimately with the province and sort of understanding what they're doing on a daily basis, along with, let's say, Dr. McEwen, who is going to be retiring? Are we doing that on a regular basis?
Yes and yes and yes. And the city's emergency plan is the structure that manages the response. So we have a robust plan that has social media, information, evacuation, all the aspects that need to be attended to. That is part of the support in a nuclear emergency.
Right. And so we have seen at the airport they do mock drills, for example. Has that been done, or is he conceptually being offered as an option for residents? I'm not aware of any of that. Is
Last year, I'm going to turn this over
Dave Nodwell
to
can
Dave,
speak.
okay, the provincial.
Dave Nodwell speaking. For this particular area, we do nuclear exercises on a very regular basis. In 2014, May actually, we had one related to the Darlington nuclear plant. It was a 3-day exercise, engaged over 50 stakeholders at the municipal, provincial, and the federal levels. The Provincial Emergency Operations Center was activated. We went through various stages of a potential emergency. So very well rehearsed. Of course, the objective in terms of any emergency exercise is to get lessons learned, to find areas that can be improved and worked on. Indeed, those were found, and we have been working on a number of different projects since then that advance nuclear nuclear emergency planning considerably.
Right. Thank you. So my next question would be for the city manager. Mr. City Manager, in terms of going forward, what will be your expectation to be reporting out to council? Will there be information coming back through the provincial process that's going to take place that will keep us informed as to the status and update and so on? Can you turn your mic on, please?
Excuse me, and through the mayor, there's a very active dialogue involving emergency management along with the Ontario officials, and that continues to be robust and very accurate. My understanding is that this report is received for information. I'm not actually anticipating.
That's what it says.
Yes, further incremental information. There is, as I indicated, a robust and ongoing dialogue. It's not my understanding that council at this point requires substantial additional information. If you want to ask further questions, I can answer those.
Yeah, sure. It seems to me that based on what I've just heard here today, that I would need additional information. Are you prepared to bring that additional information forward to us as council?
We are of course prepared to bring additional information forward. The challenge with these exercises, as always, is that they are conducted in a static environment, and these are questions that are to some extent and respectfully unrealistic. If we had an emergency, it would result in something very different than we see right now. There would be a provincial declaration of emergency that would resolve in a very wide range of powers being implemented by the province. Provincial officials may want to describe what those would allow, but they would in fact be elements that are frankly not contemplated in this current conversation. They would make the type of kind of relatively narrow questions we have at this point irrelevant, simply because the province would likely step in if there were a nuclear disaster, if there were a significant measure, and they have in fact powerful provincial legislation that would allow for a broad framework response.
So you're saying then that just trust the province and basically allow them to do what they need to do as part of their procedural matter or something?
And that has in fact been the policy of the city up to this point. And as you have heard, and as I think the report has indicated, to be quite frank, there's a certain amount of arbitrariness associated with this. Things like the 10-kilometer zone, done on a 10-kilometer zone, but then done on a street basis, results in a variety of other pieces. These elements are inherently unforeseeable. It is very difficult to foresee the unforeseeable, to state the obvious. There has been, I think, an extensive and robust planning process between and one of the key elements here is CNSC at the federal level, the operators of the facilities themselves, provincial facilities, and Toronto. This is all done on a relatively static basis. As was indicated, there are tabletop exercises that have been undertaken to understand what would happen. None of these exercises can actually contemplate the full reality of such a change. In such a circumstance, you would, in fact, in all likelihood, see the implementation of provincial measures. Those provincial measures would, in fact, allow the province, for example, to commandeer vehicles to do a variety of other things. The answer to that question would be very different in terms of the 401, a variety of things like that, than would be otherwise given an answer in a relatively static environment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions of the presenters or the deputant? We've been done with the deputant and with the presenters. We'll thank you all very much then as well. And now, are there any people wishing to speak? From outside the committee first? No, Councillor Perks, no? I see. Okay. Well, we'll take note of that. Are there members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor Ainsley.
I have a three-part motion to move. Is it ready? Or sorry. Okay. Sorry, two-part motion. That the Executive Committee direct the Deputy City Manager Cluster B to report on the city's draft submission to the provincial government's consultation on its nuclear emergency plans. 2, direct the Deputy City Manager Cluster B to report on the financial impacts of the provincial government's proposal to establish an expanded 20-kilometer emergency planning zone, as well as other measures. If you look in the report, the 10-kilometer zone's at Morningside Avenue. East of Morningside Avenue is Councillor Moser's ward. West of Morningside Avenue is my ward. When we first moved, and I live east of Morningside Avenue. When I first moved there in 1997, we got a map after we moved in, and it talked about the provincial evacuation plan. And at that time, it was to drive north to Highway 7 and keep on going. And a few months ago, we got the potassium iodide pills that were mailed to us. They came in a pretty standard envelope. If we hadn't opened it, I would have thought it was junk mail. A lot of our neighbors, when I asked them about it and said, what did you do with them? And they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. And so this is probably standard throughout that entire area. West of Morningside, my mom lives there. She said, well, I'm glad the wind's going to stop blowing at Morningside because I don't need the pills that you obviously got. So it's a huge concern. It's a concern for a lot of people in that area. North, Raymond Cho's north of the 401, it's a huge concern for them as well. I know a lot of people, as they look at Pickering, which is close to 40 years old now, I think, it's a huge concern for them. I would like to see more concrete plans, a better communication plan. You know, the questions that I asked the panel here, I know they meant well. But auto dialing in the 21st century, I don't think it's going to work very well. What happens at 3 o'clock in the morning is a huge concern for me, for my residents, not only as a city councillor, but a person that lives in that area. You know, is the 10-kilometer zone appropriate? I don't think so. I would like to see a 20-kilometer zone at the absolute minimum. So I would ask everybody to support these two motions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Speakers, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. When I read the report, I was of the view that, well, things are in good hands and being managed, and they probably are. I'm not suggesting that they're not, to be honest with you, but there was some, in my mind, some confusion in terms of the comments that's been made by Mr. Stenzel and obviously what I heard from the presenters and so on. And I don't have any information to suggest that they were giving me inappropriate information or anything like that, but just rather confusing. And so myself, to explain this to my residents, and I don't live as close as Councillor Ainsley, nor is my ward as close. However, I'm hearing that perhaps it's something that we must consider, that there could be enough fallout that have an impact, obviously, as far as that area. Of course, if there was a problem with a nuclear event, everyone would be involved, quite frankly. It doesn't matter really where you live. I mean, we'd all be very concerned and wanting to ensure that actions be done. Clearly, the emotions that Councillor Ainsley has put forward will ensure that we are kept up to date with respect to information and so on, and the request to look at the financial impact to provincial government for obviously expanding the distance and so on. So I think it's something that we should ensure that we stay on top of. I'm not losing any sleep at this moment thinking that something is going to happen. I hope that nothing does happen, but I think we need to just simply be prudent and ensure that all of the different agencies are working together and so on. And I certainly want to thank Mr. Stansel from obviously Greenpeace Canada coming forward and make us being much more mindful and aware of this. I think it's something that we all want to collaborate on from an informational perspective and so on, and understanding. So I will support the motions that Councillor Ainsley is putting forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay. Well then, I think on that basis we're ready to deal with the motions first that Councillor Ainsley's put forward. And we'll put those up on the screen. There they are. And can we deal with them together? Anybody have a problem with that? All right, we'll deal with it's one motion, I guess, two parts. So we'll just deal with that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then the item is amended. Oh, it's just to receive the report plus these motions. Okay, so we're done. Thank you very much, Mr. Stencil, again, and to the presenters, if they're still here. Appreciate that. Now, that would cause us to revert to the expense item, which was number 14.5. Is Mr. Glavick come back? No. All right, now it was held for that reason. Was it held for any other reason? All right, otherwise, would somebody like to move? I'm sorry? Oh. Okay. Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's 14.5. So that brings us to 9 we just did. 10. Right. 14.10, and this was held down by Councillor Shiner, who's not here at the moment. So, pardon me? This is the garbage trucks. Why don't we just leave that for a minute? I held down 1411. Is that the only reason that's held down? Oh, David is here? Oh, there he is. Okay. So, Councillor Shiner, I presume you might have had some questions of staff on 1410?
Well, I've asked staff offline my questions. I don't know if other members of the committee do. No. Or? Go ahead.
So, you have no questions then beyond what the ones you've asked offline?
Of our fleet management services.
All right.
Our solid waste fleet is currently aging. I think it's 7 or 8 years old. The approximate cost to bring it up to a 5-year replacement schedule would be how much?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we were to look at the cost to bring the entire solid waste fleet up to, collections fleet up to the optimum schedule of 5 years, it would be about $60 million.
And then after that, the annual costs that we'd have to have for replacement vehicles?
Approximately $10 million a year.
And then there's maintenance on top of that?
That's correct.
Which would be about how much?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the annual maintenance costs currently are $6 million a year. We would expect to see that reduce with a fleet that was at optimum age.
If we decided not to purchase these vehicles immediately and you needed to make sure that there were good vehicles for the fleet, is it possible to rent or lease on the short-term solid waste vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not an option that we've explored before. It does exist in industry. It could be explored, yes.
So it's something you could look at? Okay. I don't have any other questions at the moment.
All right. Tori. Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Any other questions of staff? Is there anyone wishing to speak to the item?
Well, I'll speak to it. I was looking for a number in the old report that we had. So, Mayor Tory, I have a motion because I'd like to get those numbers in a report. Maybe staff can put the motion up. I think it's important to have the information in front of us. So it's a deferral motion. And I've spoken to you briefly about this as well. I think that, if I'm correct, you're in line, to defer the item and consider it after we consider the PW 7.4, which was Public Works and Infrastructure's consideration of contracting out solid waste. Because I think it's appropriate that we wait until there. So it says to defer it till then, to report back on cost in the interim if they to come back to this committee or the appropriate committee with the cost to rent or necessarily lease solid waste vehicles to maintain our fleet, and then to get proper answers to the actual cost of what the fleet is. And I raised those questions, I think you noticed, when I looked at the purchase of, I had concerns, which was here last time, when we dealt with the fact that we had 2 contract awards, each for just under the amount that we could actually put out. I think was $25 million, or just under $20 million, which is the amount that we're allowed to bid without it coming to council. But in total, $40 million worth of vehicles, and that never came to us. At the same time, we were dealing and had deferred the curbside waste collection service review comparison of waste east and west to decide if we're going to contract out. And I think we should have fulsome information when it's in front of us. The numbers that I got verbally from staff right now are substantially different than what it has in that actual cost. And the cost for collection, it talks about putting in about $2 million in one district and $1 million in the other district for fleet costs, and yet the annual cost of vehicles is $10 million. The maintenance cost is $5 million, and that doesn't include insurance, that doesn't include fuel, that doesn't include all the other costs, and it doesn't include the $60 million to bring our fleet up to date. So I'm not going down the road that says we should be automatically contracting out because of this, because I don't have any information to say that. I'm simply looking for the deferral if the committee wishes to do so, to get all the information in front of us in regards to what the fleet cost actually would be over a 7-year period, which is the same as our contracts, and to bring that back comprehensively when we consider the issue of contracting out or not, so we can put to bed the fact, are we going to upgrade the fleet? Are we going to maintain the whole fleet? Are we going to do the work in-house? Or are we going to contract out, in which case we don't need the fleet? Because if we're contracting out, we shouldn't be buying necessarily new vehicles. And if I add up the $60 million to upgrade it, $10 million a year is $70 million to maintain the fleet. We're at 130. That's for the vehicles. Sorry, to replace them. $5 million over 7 years is 35. That brings it to $165 million in our contract for 7 years, was just slightly over that for all of our curbside collection when we contracted out west of Yonge Street. So I'm lost as to what the numbers are and what the real cost is of fleet to us if we purchased it. And on top of that, you have to maintain the staff to maintain the repairs, the facilities, the yards, and everything else that's encumbered by it. And I know that there is a comment that's been made, well, if you buy them and you contract out, you can sell them to whoever the contractor is or make them buy it, but the question is at what cost? Because as soon as you buy a car and take it off the lot, it's a used car. And it's nowhere near the same value of a new car, and it's only as to what you can get for it. And if you put a condition into how much you want for that in your contract, they're simply everyone's going to take the same cost and include it in the cost of bidding towards you on it. And I really want this to be something that's looked at on fair and even playing. So that's my motion, to try and get the information, defer this, bring it all back together to council, and in the fall make a decision whether we purchase vehicles and maintain the service in-house or whether we contract out the service.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Any questions of him on his motion, or otherwise are there other speakers who want to speak to this matter? All right. Then, if there are none, I would think it's time to call the question on Councillor Shiner's motion first, which is up in front of you. All those in favor of Councillor Shiner's motion, amending the, all right, that's fine. All those opposed? Carried. And the item has been deferred, so that's referred or deferred. All right. Then we come back to the Councillor Thompson to 14.5. Did we already deal with that? Okay, so it's done. And that leaves us then at 14.11. That was me. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of staff. Would it be Mr. Rossini that I'm asking those questions of? This was, of course, interesting reading after our write-offs that we did earlier on, and they're referred to, of course, in the report. First of all, are these reports, just so I know, are these loans rather in the aggregate counted against the city's debt? I mean, they're indebtedness by people, either contingent or actual indebtedness on our part, on their part to us. But are they counted as part of our debt?
The three, Mr. Mayor, no, they are not.
Okay. Then when we get into the question of the sort of what you call, you don't call them non-performing loans, but you call them, what's in the column here? In good standing. I couldn't really tell, and it's sort of the commentary kind of went through. They're all different, I guess, in certain respects. But I was concerned, for example, about, say, take the Rico Coliseum loan. It would appear that there are payments being made there on account of both interest and principal, and that one, it says, is up to date. It's dealing with a pretty major corporation really standing behind it, which is Maple Leaf Sports, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Whereas if I contrast that with, well, I could contrast it with the Lakeshore Lions Arena, where you call it as being in good standing, except really, aren't they just paying interest on it? They're not paying down any principal, even though they have a surplus each year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that one was the one where we had the issues, and we are basically writing off, was it?
Well, 9 million, I think, or something.
8 million.
8.
And turning it into equity because they cannot pay.
And we're now awaiting some proposal that's come forward for them on how
Yes,
to
so that
take us out.
That's, they have to do permanent financing on what's remaining, and then we will do that transaction to cancel that debt.
All right, and I realize it's only, in quotation marks, $1 million, but we have the theater center, and it seems to be similarly in a state of some flux because of various circumstances outlined. You know, I guess, you know, I'm not sure that by having this annual report that comes here and it all just says everything's in good standing, when they're all over the map in terms of what good standing means, that we're really being rigorous enough. But I guess you can assure me that aside from the ones that were brought here for a write-off, which were Sony, North York Performing Arts Center, Toronto Performing Arts Center, and the Lakeshore, that you would not advise us to be writing off or writing down or otherwise calling into question as non-performing any of these other loans that are here.
Through you, so we do, Mr. Mayor, so we do have 3 recommendations here, and these are at the, maybe they're not at the red light status, but they're certainly at the amber light status, that we are raising this for council's awareness right now. The first one being
Theater Center.
the theater center. They are behind their debt schedule by about $103,000, so we're going to be working with them. Let me skip to the third one, the Leaside Memorial Gardens. While they are up to date, they have a deficit, and deficits never bode well for debt repayments down the road, so we're, you know, raising the warning lights there. The biggest one, though, that I do want to draw to your attention in this report is the one with the ex-police loan. They are up to date, but they have been drawing down the reserves to make their interest and principal payments. And the usage numbers haven't really picked up since the 2008, 2009 recession. Now, the hotel is going to be opening up in 16. Hopefully that picks up the convention and bookings for the former automotive building. And but so we are kind of raising a yellow flag on that one, and we will work with our colleagues from X Place to see, first of all, to monitor it, to see what the performance is, to come up with a revised business plan, and then come forth with any recommendations on that may be forthcoming on that one. That one is a big loan. I do want to, so I'm not going to say that no, we're not going to come back with the need to write off any of that one. That one is one certainly that we need to watch and work with X Place staff.
All right. Do you think there'd be any merit in having, sorry, I didn't turn on the clock, but I'm just about finished. Any merit in having a more frequent report than this on these? I mean, I look at this, and it's quite a lot of money when you add it all up. And I don't know, they just seem to be looking like they're going to be here forever, many of them. I mean, regardless of the fact that they are sort of theoretically described as being performing loans or lines of credit.
So the annual update, I do believe, is adequate. Just because we bring it here once a year doesn't mean that we're not working, and the divisions responsible with the local boards or agencies that have the loans, does not mean that we are not working with them. And when we do have issues, such as last year, we did bring a second report to Executive Committee. And the recommendation in 2 is to come back later this year with a plan on what to do with the X Place loan.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions on this? I don't have anything more to say about it. Anybody want to move the item then? Councillor Pasternak?
I would just ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CFO, normally when you're given reports like that, aren't they broken down into the categories you described, a performing loan, a non-performing loan, and the various risk elements? It seems to be clumped together in the chart on page 13. We really don't have a snapshot of our overall liability, unless you could direct me there, where we're categorizing each loan by level of risk.
No, we've grouped them by the type because there are there's loan guarantees and actual capital loans, so we've grouped them by that and highlighted through the recommendations, the 3 at this time, which we wanted to bring to your attention and that we will be looking at more closely. So I do feel they're right there on page 1 and 2, the 3 that we need to watch out of this group.
All right, but there's about 10 other loans that we're kind of keeping an eye on, or?
So the total is summarized at the top of page 3 of all the loans and the loan guarantees, that little chart. So we've got 18 worth almost 136 million. Sorry, 124.5 million in 2015.
And I'll leave the other questions for offline. Thank you.
Any other questions? I will just speak briefly to it and only say that I would hope, and I know you try to conduct yourself in this way every day, that we don't have any surprises about, say, the one on the conference center. And that one just, you read it and it reads a lot like Lakeshore. Huge cost overrun on construction. City steps in to bail out project. Loan kind of is essentially non-performing. Write-off, probably part of it to come at some stage just because we have to write it down. And then essentially on the Lakeshore thing, I'll conclude, even though you haven't, that's probably going to end up being written down because they won't be able to refinance it. And that will happen to the conference center too. So this is public money and very large sums of public money. And I would just ask that you be super vigilant in the context of keeping it in front of us as you see things happening, so that even if you have the slightest doubt about what's going on, we know, because I just think we have an obligation to tell the public. That's all. So that's all. This report, I think, was just to be received, unless there's anybody else who wants to speak. Councillor Thompson moves receipt of the report.
No, sorry, there are 3 recommendations.
Oh, yes, about the 3 loans. I'm sorry, you're right. So were you moving the recommendations then, Councillor Thompson? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now, the last item, and it's been good to get through this stuff, was the Councillor Mammoliti's motion. I was not at the preparation meeting because I was out of town for the meeting, but I assume the reference to the Integrity Commissioner was out of concern for the fact that there are rules about what we can all be doing and not doing about fundraising for even the most worthy of charitable causes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
I had held it. I have a motion.
Did you hold it? I'm sorry. Fine then.
I have a motion that may help with that.
Okay.
And it is to refer to the Integrity Commissioner, request that you report on a mechanism or policy that would allow members of council to participate in fundraising activities for not-for-profit corporations. I understand that the councillor in this case feels a debt to the organization for what they've done to him, and I respect that. I think a number of us on occasion run across the same things and find it's difficult to help those organizations. I'm more than happy to see if the Integrity Commissioner can come back to us and report on something and see which ways we can do it in a proper method without going against anything or making it look like we're helping someone in a manner which we shouldn't. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Are there any? Yes.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't make a lot of sense. The public doesn't understand when they come to councillors to help them with an event that we can't help them in any way, shape, or form. They just don't get why we can't help them, and there's so many good causes out there. I'd like to find a way around this.
Right, with the motion that's here.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
I think sorry, I'll speak if others who wishing to speak. I might just make a comment to say, because I've gone through the same thing, and I used to do a lot of fundraising, and when you do say to them, well, look, if you went and got a $50,000 contribution for X charity from some person who then had a matter in front of the city and you're voting on it, they kind of get that. But there may be a way, nonetheless, in which we can find a way to be helpful to these. So I think this is the right way to go and ask. She's the one that she certainly expressed those concerns to me because I wanted to keep active with a couple of things in an honorary even way. And she was quite discouraging of that. So yeah, still it's discouraging. So this is the right way to deal with this. So that's all I would have to say. Anybody else want to make any comments? All right, we have Councillor Shiner's motion in front of us then to refer to the Integrity Commissioner. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Any other business for today? Hearing none, I will say thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. Thanks a lot. The conference center?
You should call up Nick DiDonato and have him look at their books and business plan. He can run a thing.
Well, I don't
Do you know
even
what I'm saying?
disagree with that, yeah.
He's just down the street.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
makes $1.
Yeah, I know he does. He does. It's a different business.